Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は287日目で is day 287. We're in this kind of weird limbo between I don't know if tomorrow is going to be lesson day or the day after. Whichever it is, we'll plan accordingly. It's very difficult to know which units come up, so things are very staggered right now. Trying to keep up with Inktober. Been quite a bit of challenge, but incredibly rewarding to meet other people that might not necessarily be tied to language learning, right? Today, what time is it? It's 6:30. We'll probably encounter this 15 here. Let's get into it. No time like the present. We're gonna attempt another double prompt day. Feels like deja vu because the last time we did double prompts was tripling up 3 consecutive days as well, in anticipation of taking a leap day on one of the lesson days, on WaniKani's lesson day, because those are very rough. Let's get right into it. My voice is kind of harsh. Did a lot of yapping lately. Lots of yapping. Okay. What? Is that not? Really? I can't think of any other thing. What? I was pretty confident with that one. That's not correct. Oh, it's probably because I really despise near rhymes, man.
怒る
Okoru, not okaru.
一貫
Ikan. Okay. Interesting. Uh,
響く
Iku. Oops.
罰する
Asuru. Heck. No? Oh, wait.
ね
Ne. We use ne a lot more than atai. Atai. I don't know where that is at the moment. Okay. Yep.
肥料
Video. No. So I have sheet on the right, probably sheet. You be I don't know how confident I am about body parts. Body parts are classically kind of promiscuous. So, hmm. And it's still she. So if that's she, okay, it's probably
指示
CG. CG pointing instructions. Whoops. YOLO. Okay. I thought it might have been she. Hmm. Like akirameru.
諦める
Akirameru. Dang it. All I can think about is Toll. Toll Tong. Toll Tong. Zutsu.
頭痛
Zutsu. Okay. Oh. No, no. I'm actually not quite sure what the radicals breakdown of that. And is it part of my mnemonic? This is the Sue and the sheep show.
示す
Miss. What is the component for G, which is indicate, I suppose. So it's jackhammer. Of course it's jackhammer. Okay. Alright, hold up. What? Oh, this is really far back. Okay. Alright, what do I see? I should still see at least jackhammer. Oh. Ooh. The jackhammer. Jackhammer is at the shown at the wall while the E were meh. Okay.
切迫
Setpaku. Setpaku. Heck.
置く
Oku. Or place. Actually, that's a bit better. I'm worried about this getting lost in the... What is that? Chi? I think this might get lost in the sea. Or Oreos supposed to. Okay. What do I see here? The Pope Lion Net cookies. So um okay. I think that's pretty good. All right. Oh, that's wrong language. What? Oh, wait. This is different. Wait, is it? Something makes me want to type. What are alternative read? Monk Master. Or monk. Yeah.
Bozu.
Bozu. What? What? Oh. I have to include... I probably have to include monk because there are other type of Buddhists, right? I think we're gonna have to add something to Shu. Was there anything... We have anything... Oh, wait. It's not even listed here. That the one exception? It certainly is. Okay. Gee.
Bozu.
Bozu. Sorry. Bozu. Oh, the zoo. That's right. Bozu. Oh, I did write something for it. I might have to rewrite this later. We'll see. What? I guess I'm thinking of that as 是, right? It might actually be 是. It might be something else.
Koji.
Koji. Public. Show to public would be something like kind of like public announcements. It is G and jackhammer. Unearthing Jesus. Interesting. All right. Okay.
言及
Thank you.
Kaku.
Kaku. What? Hmm.
Bakkin.
Fucking. Ooh. Okay. I didn't think that was it, but we gotta try with our gut feeling first.
Kosha.
Osha. Osha. I was thinking more like express line? No. Correct? What was that? No, wait. This is descending, right? Despite it being descending, I'm not entirely sure that's... Kosha. Ending. That can't be what I'm looking for. I'm back. Come back, come back. What? Oh, no, wait. No, this is definitely not absorb. Okay, inhale has to be stronger. I need something to reinforce. I was gonna say I was gonna decide to skip. Oh, what? Like to breathe in, to suck in. So probably use
吸う
eh, smoke. Uh, it's Q, right? Hmm. Q is not good either. Okay. Okay. All right. Off we go.
過ぎる
Whoop. Wait. No. Hmm. Heck. I knew it wasn't that. The shot. It is what I'm thinking it is, though. Hmm. Oh. Oh no. Something about watching the figure, right? Uh.
姿
I still don't like this. I like this sugar part. So I definitely get sheet for sure. Or I can do. Oh, there, Leanne. Hello, hello. All right. Yellow. Okay. Oh, there, Hideyoshi. Big grass. Yeah, that does look like big grass. Not, well, kind of. Kind of big grass. Hmm. A moment there, immediately I typed ball. Seems a little suspicious. I'll come back to it. A few weeks ago, a Japanese streamer and you were baffled by a kanji said. This is insidious. Okay. I haven't seen the right kanji before. But, okay. Haven't seen the kanji before. There's no amount of hint will give me anything. Other than the left one. And if it's a name, or if it's a name of a place, it's probably even unlikely. Why are you typing it in katakana? Boldo. Ox. Okay. Not even a Japanese place as well. Okay. I don't know either of those reads either, so that sounds good. Glad to hear it. Oh.
憧れる。
憧れるは
捉える。
捉える。Ooh. That didn't work out. Okay. Bonus? Bonus. Let's come back to that.
対応
対応。Against? Oh wait, against. No 医者の対応はI'll come back. Got several possibilities. Oops.
価値
Catch. Catch. Oh. I went pretty hard there. Good. That's fine. This is subtitles. Subtitle. Come back to Hello there, kissed them. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Back to the two. Interesting. Probably want to write something for this for future recollection. Okay. It's not that. Let's come back to that too. Okay.
見渡す、
Tosu. Sentence is not that great. Enough. Oh, the other thing is oze. I. No. Really? Hmm. Nope.
物価、
Buka. Buka. Buka wa. Huh. Things and I mean, gotta be bit off. Prices. Oh. Values and prices. Okay. Oh, I got the two mixed up.
提出
Ish. I was thinking of te when I was typing the other thing. So that means it's die. Okay. Ish. Ish. Oh, Taiyo. Taiyo is to deal with. One of the ones that I skipped. Taiyo. Because I'm I'm confusing the two alls actually. I'm thinking of response, but I was also thinking of journey. Bring up and passport mo 提出しない焼いてOh, it could be no. Let's come back. I kind of skipped a lot now. I'm gonna start cranking on these. Uh,
就業
Yu-Gi-Oh. Heck.
袖
That.
健康 見る
You do. No. Oops. That sounds fun. Heck. Oh, probably. Oh. Hmm. I'm a a potato head. Okay, so maybe this. Let's think. I think it's Gekkan. I might have typed Gekkan earlier, but what else? What are all my other reads? This is definitely slightly different. Let's see. This is last volume, or is it last volume? Yes, last volume. And yeah, it's probably Gekkan. Or oh there, Danny. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's definitely Gekkan. I think I typed Gekkan the first time.
下巻 掛け算
Is on. Nope. Nope.
状況
Tokyo. You need to add more rewards. You got no. That's usually that stuff doesn't work. Danny, that stuff doesn't work. There were actually a lot. There were a lot of things, but I was gonna maybe do something legacy, but that was 3 years ago when they introduced it. 3 or 4 years ago. There were some stuff, but keep in mind that 90% of Twitch users in this like area are kind of trolls. So the reality is the whole channel thing kind of. It's also why the hydrate thing only occurs once a day. Instead of inviting that activity. Maybe in the future when we're not necessarily surrounded by individuals who when the platform changes, right? It can be incredibly I think it's reinforcing a type of affirmation that I don't really resonate with. That was also something that I didn't talk about when we were talking about emotes yesterday. That is kind of related to the emote thing. Not in the sense of using gifs and emotes to express yourself, but more the platforms have encouraged neglect and abusive use of them because they're tied to monetization. And oftentimes now monetization deals with the value of those things. Kind of reminds me of NFTs as well, but yeah. In short, we can do maybe when I don't when they're useful, when I think of a use case. Before, by the way, before I did do art for them actually. It was like something 5,000 points to do a doodle right on the spot. So I would drop whatever I'm currently doing momentarily, and we do a quick doodle for the person. That was a thing actually for a bit. And there was like another 5,000 points to do a graphical diagram. So to explain like a concept using graphs. I called it graphic stories. Graphic stories, not, it was a pun. I thought that was kind of fun and cheeky. That was when 2 or 3 people were around, and they like when I did. It was the origins of why I pull out a pen and I would do graphical representations in order to explain things in diagram. It was one of the earlier days. Which, by the way, when I saw your brother give that presentation, the PowerPoint thing, there was a time when I'm not sure if you plan on going to like follow up with school or something in the future, but there's this interesting progression, and it's quite consistent, where it goes from like when you start in, like, let's say middle school to high school, you do notes, right? And these notes turn into flashcards. Flashcards, maybe on the transition to college when it comes to speaking, right? I talked about like writing out my speech and all that back in the day. So I kind of leapfrogged over this flashcard thing. This is why I'm learning language with flashcards for fun. Then it kind of goes off to grad school. But at some point, this then turns into the PowerPoint. But then when you kind of get postgraduate school, you get into Chalk Talk. And Chalk Talk is often using some sort of active device. And you're using that active device to produce something real time while talking. So you're trying to doing 2 tasks, right? And this is what became of the channel points. If you're wondering where the channel points are, like I have someone who I know for 7 years, they have like 600,000 channel points. and stuff. So the idea was that I was going to do something like this, where I produce something, tell you the story, and relate it to the person as well. So it would be, they would use the channel point. They would use the channel point for like 10,000 points. 10,000 points would be, they suggest something, give me a detail, right? Give me 3 details, and I will weave either a doodle or a principle that I can diagrammatically represent. So it would be, to give you an example, I haven't done this in a while. I do this when I'm talking about things I know. But like, for example, I was practicing my comedy. So there is a comedian that does that now, and they were shown on America's Got Talent as well. He popped up on my reel, but I think he's a former engineer or something. And what he does is he does comedic effects with funny graphs. So, for example, when it comes to the Twitch profile, right? If we had to break up artists on Twitch profile, and then this is for jokes, obviously. It's to make light of, it's parodying statistics. So when you ask an artist, what is creativity, right? Like how the satisfaction with creativity. When you ask an artist, the feelings with years of experience, the feelings are kind of like this. You know, you're going in, it's like, oh yeah, I feel really creative. Yeah? Yeah. And then they're like, oh man, I think I'm creative. I think I'm creative. No, I'm not really that creative. No, no, no. It's like, I get it now. That's an artist. Now when you're asking like an artist, right? That made it, right? And then when you're thinking about someone who hasn't done art, right? A beginner, just someone that hasn't done art before. So it would be like, nah, I'm not creative. Nope, nope. Like, oh yeah, I quit. Right there, right off the chart. Right. Then we can throw in some fun ones like a biologist. What would the biologist's satisfaction be with art? It'd be like, well, I got to make this. All right, that's exactly what I think. And then they make a PowerPoint slide. Oh, that's cool. And then they stop making it. So the idea was to spend a lot of time developing how to make humorous graphs. So, and the graphs are meant to be like exaggerations of people's jokes. So you're telling a story while you're developing the graph. And then eventually, I would use different colors. Like I can show you a crazy one. The problem is it has to be in the process in order to actually see the graph. But I have these archived. I can show you what it looks like at the end of it. Check this out. See, this is what one of the graphs look like. Let me see if I knew what this graph meant. Oh, talking about money. We were talking about money, like the distribution of money. With Oh, I was breaking down money because it had something to do with juggling spending money on video games and like microtransactions. Yeah, yeah. And you can kind of see the different bars. And I kept adding more and more as the story goes. So I was talking about like tofu, nuts, and eggs. How much a suit costs. We're talking about budgeting. This is how budgeting was happening. Yeah. That's pretty much where the points were at one point. And nowadays, it didn't go away. Now it's part of my routine. So whenever someone asks a question, I would do it live and do that already. So the long story, if I wanted to give you a TLDR on like anything that requires a virtual transaction, this is what I call a virtual transaction. Basically, whenever someone comes in, they have an intent, which is great, but they're in order for them to be engaged or satisfied, they would want to receive something back, right? So it's a virtual transaction. And the TLDR is most of the stuff started with a cost. For maybe 1 month, something like that. And then when I became skilled at it, or like skilled enough at it, it eventually became free. And now I don't have anything that warrants me to try that people have demands for. So for the most part, instead of using channel points, you simply ask and I'll do. That's pretty much how that ended up. So most things I offer end up being free of generosity because the skill in order for a transaction to happen is that I need to invest something in it. if it costs me something, right? If it costs me something to invest, then it comes with a cost. And the thing that costs most is time. And I've already decided in my, like, when I stream, that my time, I already paid for the time the moment I have decided that I was going to stream today. So when I stream today, the most I can pay for is all the time I've already planned to stream. And then everything else comes at free. Can you ask me to draw water? Oh, I got you, water. Check this out. I'll draw water. Nailed it. Oh, drink water. Oh, okay. Well, I did drink water. I did both. If you wanted me to draw water, this is how I draw water. One day I'm gonna make a art piece with just this. How do you make this look like water? Piece of cake, right? You draw some big. You draw some small in the back. You draw a little bit more in the back. And a little bit more. Sometimes you can flip it. Right? You just flip it. And then you got waves. So you just draw like medium waves across. Very large waves across. Very small waves across. And then add a bunch of sketch lines like this. And you got water. Or an ocean. Or a river. Or something like that. Do you know why I draw it this way? I don't know if... I don't know if... Sorry, this is a science joke. Right, a science joke. H2O. I happen to draw in circles because they're just model representations. Draw Jennifer? Hmm. Mouse do be hard. Okay. There you go. Boop. Boop. Maybe we'll put a little Alright. Let's get back into it. I'm gonna try to draw two pieces today, so I gotta move along. Yeah, I can't push 8. Oh, we already pushed 8. Okay. So we still got half of the reviews to do. So we're gonna try to keep it going here. Oh. You can learn in a custom course. Custom? Okay. Oh wait, that's fine.
外観
Icon. Outside view. Like, oh, maybe like, what? How do you get an outside view? Oh, no, that's not object. I was thinking maybe like objective, but what's another way? Like viewing from the outside. What do we get? このアパートメントの外観。Yeah. Scenery? Huh. You'll rewatch later when you what you drew. I was helping oh, I can show you. Oh no, it's gone. Oh, I can do it really quick again. So we got something like this, and I did this. I did this. See? I did it again. It looks just like her. She's just really upset that you asked. She had a bad hair day. Got like a punch perm and it got extra crinkly. Extra curly. Bad day, bad day. Wait. Yeah, I just woke up. Hold up. Luna. Also moody and bad day. You know, double mood. Let's add like a carpet. Maybe like we'll say refrigerator. Or like a counter here. A sink. Right. They're in the kitchen now. Let's put like dining table. Maybe like a coffee mug. Something like that. I guess maybe probably wanna place a window, some trees, maybe a sun outside with more trees here. Send you that. We can do more later, you know? We can do more later. Don't worry about it. One day, keep eye on the ball, you know? Just pretend like there's like a portrait here. And then we can just scribble what looks like people here. Maybe like they're kissing, like just hugging and stuff. And then probably a hallway or hallway in the back actually. And then put a little stairs here. Maybe this is where the upstairs are, and then the front door, right? A little window here. Maybe like a coat rack with a hat on it and a coat. Cut it off here, right? There's a hallways over there, something like that. Yeah, just keep going, you know? Put a table like this. I'm thinking of like a very specific American home. So this is like a probably multi-generational white American home-ish. You have a dining table. The fridge is kind of sort of next to the walkway, and then there's usually always a stair going up this way, and then to the front door. Coat racks here, and usually the refrigerator separates from the hallway from the kitchen, and then the kitchen always has a window, like the sink and stuff, and then there's a window directly behind the sink. So these are like very Americana things. And then there's usually some sort of doggy cat bag in both the kitchen and the living room, which if you go to this side, there will be a couch, and sometimes against the stairs there would be a television. So like a big screen TV could be obstructing the television, and all the way over here, possibly behind this wall, is going to be a couch that faces the television. Classical setup for the room of a multi-generational white American. And these are the details that I find that are very characteristic. Like when you walk into a house and you see these things, it's kind of like really quaint and charming, because there's a lot of consistencies between specific homes. Chinese, our home is kind of modeled like that too, modeled like this. Yeah. Yeah. And then there would be a door here. There would typically be a door here, and that's the basement door. And then there would be a door to the right, which you can't see because it would just be a flat wall. Because of because of resolution, it would be like a door that comes out here, and that would go to the garage. This would go to the garage. And then if you go over here, which is another hallway, right? If you're really lucky, sometimes this will go into the entertainment room. It could be the dining room, a separate dining room, if you have a larger house, but it would largely be the entertainment room, the hosting room, so which can be the dining room. So there would be like a somewhat of an archway, and goes in, and there'd be a table, some cabinets, and then through this room, and then going back would be the den, or the like where you chill and other things. Yeah, that would be almost all of it. The alternative is right behind the couch here on the back, there might be a doorway to the garage instead of the doorway being connected to the kitchen. Usually it's connected to the kitchen. The basement and the doorway is connected. Anything you think her room needs, you'll have to give me or it's good as it is. I think, I don't want to influence I don't want to be like a point of influence for your own projections, but I am a big fan of if she's like, what type of person is she, when I think about the rooms that she needs, right? I think having iconic things are great. Like the cat bed is wonderful, the little picture of the cat is great. Like I think whatever you think the room is the story of her life, right? So, oh, here's a fun little thing that I feel some TV shows do, but not all. Whenever they have a room, right? And then they do stuff as the shows go, as the show continues, right? They would add those things. So like when there's a picture of, you know, kitty cat, right? Kitty cat, but then they deliberately leave spaces. So the thing about the growth of a character is that the room would change with the character. So right now, you could actually make her room completely empty. Deliberately. And then when you ask yourself, what does she need? Ask, you know, the artist would then change what she needs. So lots of times, like the intro of the show, they not all shows do this, but quite of exceptional shows, as the character is going through their show, some of the pivotal milestones of the show, the introduction, all the static elements. So the room is constantly static, so you just swap in the background, right? And they leave memorabilias. So like, say eventually she gets an award, right? So you put a trophy here. And then eventually she reads another book. So you add a book here. And then you add another book. And the book is identified simply by their color scheme, right? So then the bookshelf gets built. It's kind of like video games and collections, where if you want a video game to feel object permanence without like actually literally having the object. So oftentimes when I thought about making, I did think about directing and making movies and TV shows. Oftentimes the things are added. So like if it's and they do it for Halloween a lot of times. For seasonal things, the animator and the show writer and stuff would change it up quite dramatically. But I also like the idea of adding things as you're going. So I think instead of asking me, obviously, but I like the concept of, over time, you will probably know what she needs or what she wants, because the character that you become attached to will develop those things. And it would be interesting to see what they are. And I will probably share with you what they are as well. Like what I think they would be. Like, oh yeah, you know, my favorite episode. Your favorite episode. I look at these things from a viewer perspective. So when I'm looking at someone's artwork, I want to see what are consistent and what aren't consistent, because that tells me a lot about the artist. Like, you can tell what means a lot to them. You decided to add a cat picture as opposed to anything else. There's so many other things that you could have added, but you worked on the cat picture and then the cat bed, right? Next to her bed. So that means a lot. And that's kind of neat. Empty space means something as well. So oftentimes I am ever impressed of what I don't see and what the artists and the showrunners and developers have already planned ahead. It's kind of like reading your book, you know, like you're reading this book and you're wondering, huh? And then 4 years later, you see a reference to the thing it set up 4 years back. That's kind of where my mind is most of the time. So if you're asking me stuff like, oh, what do you think I should add? What do you think I should need and whatnot? If I were to project myself into my work, leave space. and then look at that space day by day, you know, month by month, and then fill in the space, because that to me is awesome, at least in my opinion. So honestly, if you started the show where she only had a bed and that's it, because the story is to establish her, right? And then 3 or 4 episodes in, you get introduced to Heather and her cat, right, Luna. Then Luna shows up in the scene, in the intro scene, you know, and then you start adding permanent fixtures of them. So when the characters aren't there anymore, they're still there. They occupy the space. And that to me captures what it's like to try to get a character to grow over time in front of your eyes, in front of your screen. There's a really wonderful movie that the execution was not that great, but that I recently watched because Fictitious was also watching it, and it was the movie by I forgot his name, Zanetsky. What was the movie called? Oh, I would suggest watching it actually, because the whole show takes place in a single room. Danny, it's called Here. I think the presentation and story writing's a little disjointed, like it's a little rushed, but recently one of the classic directors from Disney did a experimental film. I would call it an experimental film. And the whole film, the entire film had one scene, just one scene, and everything took place in a room like this. So there's a doorway here, there are like couches here, and then like decorations and everything, and there's a huge window in the back, right, to show things in back. Everything took place in this one static scene the whole time, and it's everything else that changed in that scene. That is pretty much what I think of when I think of someone's room. And my like King of the Hill kind of sort of does this too, because remember that King of the Hill, you had this iconic thing, right? The house, you can see the house peeping out, and then the three of the guys standing here, right, drinking, and everything else moves around them, but the actual scene doesn't ever, like, there's fixtures in it, and then everything else is the thing that shows the living thing. It's a really effective way of doing things. You like space, so she added some stickers on the closet. Ah, that's cute. That's cute. And then you added a desk so she can write on her journal. I see. Yeah, you just throw things up. You can also take things down, right? And King of the Hill really does this hard in their introductions, where you find a fixture. Oh, I'm missing one. The 4 guys. And then when King of the Hill was renewed for season 14, this scene was still used, but there were like different people at different times, at different frames. You know, a neat idea. I like it. I like it. All right. It's an idea. Not telling you what you need. But definitely, the specifics are definitely all you. I will share with you what I think when you decide what you think. Yeah, but that would be the concept. I think one really healthy thing, you're always open for ideas. Fair enough. I think the one thing that is really beautiful, or that is a win-win between the person who's consuming your creation and you as the creator, is that you leave the people wanting or thinking that there's more, and then that there is more. And I think for the creator and the developer, you want, for myself, one of the greatest rewards is to keep them guessing, like keep them on their toes. So there's got to be obviously empty space, and then there's space that you've already filled, but you kind of want to see what it ends up being a little later. So you get ideas. You keep your ideas in your pocket until you find an opportunity to use those ideas, to spring those ideas. So I've always wanted to do a persistent, if I didn't ended up going into language learning, I probably would have done a persistent portrait. Basically take a portrait and keep developing it, which is what I was doing there, where you started with the refrigerator, you started with Jennifer, then you added Luna, then you added the refrigerator, then you add, so you would keep doing, and then you would zoom out, then it would be inside a house, right? Inside a house, you draw out to the house, then you would zoom out, and there would be multiple houses, and then those multiple houses then would be in a snow globe, right? You keep zooming out, there's being a snow globe, which the snow globe is then in on the shelf of like Jennifer's house, which then you go back into the living room, and then the living room zooms out and you draw the house again, so then you keep zooming in. Someone did this with like a really massive portrait where you just keep building stories upon stories, and you keep zooming out and zooming in, right? At some point, like every button of a cell phone is a story of itself. Nested stories are really an interesting idea too. Show writing reminds me a lot of nested writing. Nested writing is so rewarding because it gets to the point where every scene comes with nested ideas. So you get to the point where the longer you spend with a show, the more overwhelming it is and attachment it is to explain it to someone else. So it creates that richness, I would say. Whenever someone is vibing along and then they want to share something with another person, they're like, wait, first is this, but before I tell you what this means, I also have to tell you what these things mean. And if I need to tell you what these things mean, I also need to tell you what these things mean. So really, you should just watch the show. That's I always wondered, maybe one day we'll, maybe one day you might see me do something experimental like that, but it's not for now. I think people's lives are like that. When you're telling a story about someone's life and you're trying to develop a character and whatnot, generally you peel back the layers of your own life, or you peel back the layers of someone close to you, or the stories you collect, and then you weave them together so that they're nested in layers to the point where it's very difficult to overcome the complexity and messiness of the layers, and it leaves the people with a sense of richness that they can overlook the hanging chads and the plot holes and whatnot, because the plot holes leave room for the imagination for people to connect them. You've developed so many layers that they are able to explain and rationalize what's happening. So when a shelf is empty, they could embody a character and say, you know what, one day that character should fill that space, but what is it? You have to watch the show to find out. And what I really like about animation, which is less so now than before when you're doing animation, and staging, right? When back in the day when you can't replicate or high fidelity capture things in nature, animators, and to this day I would say the vast majority of animators, they have to be intentional, right? It's fully intended. And back in the days of Hitchcock is a great example. I go back to Hitchcock all the time. When you see a scene, it has to be built, and something really beautiful about that, like keeping that in mind. I think currently nowadays most people don't pay attention to these things anymore. Like, and what I mean is, it's not like they can't appreciate the details in animation or appreciate a staging thing. It's that it's not common anymore. It's easier to feel natural. And the easiest way to comprehend feeling natural is make it hyper realistic. Right? Like a room is not characteristically filled anymore. You go to the location, film at the location, or reproduce the location, and that's like, okay, that's great. But to me, it's difficult to communicate the intent of it if you're capturing there's a balance between intended artistic direction mixed with ornateness. Oftentimes when things are built intentionally by the animator and or the stage director, right, the director themselves, there is a bit of chaos, but the chaos is often organized, not stochastic. So what I mean by stochastic is, sure, you can go to someone's room and there'd be like a pile of clothes and like a bookshelf, but like there's like books on the ground, right? And then there's beauty in that for sure. However, if you're watching and you're building a picture and you're building a character, the thing is it needs a balance of direction. Otherwise, this stuff becomes less important. Like the people stop paying attention, in my opinion, because it's more like sensory. If you let's put some posters up, right? A poster of a, I don't know, right? A poster, and then do some things hanging from the ceiling. Maybe this is where the baby crib is of one of the children, right? So that stuff, when you go in and you take a picture of a normal room and the room has more chaos elements than it feels lived in. That's great. However, something that's lived in is incredibly satisfying and detailed, but it's also not storytelling as much. It does leave room for the imagination of those who care, but I kind of miss animation and stuff. I kind of miss the intent behind it. So you kind of balance the two. There are things you can put in ornate, but you can easily draw chaos, like order in the chaos, and I absolutely love that. I love when looking at, like, for example, someone drawing a cyberpunk city, like we just say cyberpunk and steampunk. When someone draws that, in my opinion, this isn't real yet. So even despite that, when you look at those pictures, it's like chaos. Like there's so much cyberpunk, and steampunk is incredibly ornate. But since it's not real yet, in my opinion, there's a lot of intent behind the chaos. So even something incredibly ornate feels like there's a flow to it. And I think that's lost when you go and just capture and aim for hyperrealism. Now, that doesn't mean that hyperrealism isn't good or isn't bad, or like hyperrealism has its things, but one of the things that is most definitely lost oftentimes is artistic direction, right? And that's kind of why I still really enjoy animation. I don't think I typically have this discussion with most people. They would either say they either like the way it looks, whatever that means, or they vibe with the show, right? And that is good. I mean, that if they're entertained, that's fair. I do feel like this type of thing is going up for sure. So make things look very ornate, overstimulated, and capture as much detail as you can and profit. And there is a little bit less elegance to it, but it is a different type of awe-inspiring. Capturing hyperrealism through like technology and stuff is very awe-inspiring. Not exactly for the whole storytelling bit. It's also why I like Clair Obscure, because it's very difficult to say that was like, oh yeah, they were trying to go for hyperrealism, because so I still watch live action, obviously. So here's an example to like try to give the another perspective. When you have hyperrealism, right? When you have hyperrealism, sure, you have the room, but oftentimes then my attention for live action shows changes, because while you have all these things that complement the people, it's actually the people that is the detail work. Like the thing you're trying to grasp are the actors now, how the actors interact with their environment. So and oftentimes storytelling goes with like, does the situation dictate the flow of the story, or do the characters do? And oftentimes I think when it comes to family, like cartoons, right, especially family cartoons, it's usually the characters that dictate what the situation is, and then the characters, when they dictate the situation, they usually affect its background, all the things in the background. So if I would say, if there's a place to find what to add in the room, is to find out what the character needs. What do you think the character needs? I think it would be interesting to include something that shows that she is sad, because it kind of looks like she's sad a lot of times. Something that is a point of frustration, but she keeps it to show that she cares and thinks about it. So keeping objects of things that make her, that she might miss a long time, like a picture of where she used to live, or a reference to something where she used to live, because that might not show up in the story. Like, what I mean is, it might not show up in the show, it might be referenced through dialogue. So a thing in her room, if I was gonna try to guess from the information you're giving to me, right, there should be some sort of keepsake of where she was. So it's a place that would frustrate her, but it would also be a place that she wants to keep close by, right? And that's kind of those things that you can use the room to explain something that the show might not cover, right? So I think that's when you get into the territory that the room has character. So oftentimes, if I'm thinking about something that a show, like a thing, needs, I would probably say, well, what are things you may not explain in the show? So you're setting yourself up, right? Maybe it's a teaser. When someone sees it, not you, right? You probably know if it's going to be in the show or not. But when a person sees that object, they're like, they always constantly refer to this. This must mean that this is the thing from their old house, right? So their old house, I wonder if they're going to do an episode where they have like a flashback to her old house. It may never happen, but you did leave something in the room about her old house, or the old place, or what they used to be. Like maybe it could be also like something that what's not there. A father figure is not there, right? You could leave a jacket that kind of looks like a man's jacket. It's clearly not her jacket somewhere in the room. That, I'm not saying that she has a father figure or something like that, because it can be explained elsewhere, but I'm giving an example where you can use the room to say something about her that has yet to be explained as well. So plenty of routes to go about the room, things to think about. And to me, by the way, what I'm saying is very low value. They have very low return value because I already said that most people don't pay attention to these things in my opinion anymore. But your loyal fans, the people who really love the show, the people you're trying to cultivate, like I know we already talked about, like, what are you playing, the long game or the short game? The ones who nitpick and pixel peep and wait anxiously, they will pick up the details. They will know that there's a chance you're setting up for something. So the ones that stay are the ones that will wait for the payout on the details. And to me, that separates shows a lot. And that, I'm not saying short-term shows are bad and long-term shows are always good. The idea is, like, long-term shows, sometimes they never make it, right? Long-term shows sometimes get canceled. They take too long to develop, or something goes wrong. So I like that if I'm playing the long game, if I'm someone who creates something for the long game, I give the reason to show that I'm in the long game. So if you're in the long game, you also need loyal people who say, well, we're with you through the downs and the ups. Because if your game is too, if your like product is too long, there's a chance it never happens. The stuff never happens. And that's what you have to deal with, right? Hence, in my opinion, why most people go for the short game, especially if you're trying to make it first, right? It's really brave, in my opinion, to make your first project your longest project, the project, your baby, right? But also, it's a very common thing to do because emotionally, the first one is arguably one of the most impactful ones in someone's career. So you have Terraria and Stardew Valley and stuff, and that has become very popular. It's become incredibly popular. So building a mindset to cultivate that for the future is probably what I would focus on. And I'm a little biased, so the stuff that I keep talking about, examples that I keep talking about, are largely my ideas, like the ideas that I've had for a while. Like, how do you get someone to start a 7-year journey? How do you get someone to do something for a very long time? And then how do you produce a product reflexive of that? And those are the things, as opposed to like a one shot. Like, I meet more people who talk about they're doing one shots. Oh, I feel whatever I want to vibe, I want to like do one thing and then do another thing and then hope that people want me for that. And ultimately, while it's great for a consumer to see many different things really rapidly, like niche markets and stuff, like really rapidly, like constantly changing, the person who's making it, like the developer, the writer, rarely are they going to experience consistency in their lives. Like that person that, again, I didn't talk to anymore, who said that to start off, to show their commitment, they don't care or invest in anyone else but themselves. And then when they're investing in themselves, they do whatever they want, and they never want to do something more consistently. They just want to feel whatever and vibe the rest of their lives. That's fair, but know that the reason why you keep having ups and downs and feel inconsistent, and you're in the pits one day and then you have an argument with most of the people you're talking to, is there isn't any consistency. You're not invested in other people. You're not even invested in yourself, in my opinion, long enough to even know who you are. So it's a balance of the two, of course, but I definitely spend more time on how to set people up, or set myself up to go long, because I'm starting new things. And oftentimes it's great to start new things with an eye on longevity, as opposed to it is the opposite. There are people who prefer the opposite and share the opposite. Like, here's a interesting cliche argument against my cliche argument. You know, it's a journey, not the destination, versus it's the destination, not the journey, right? For example, when you start, you got to start somewhere. That's short term to me. Like, when people say you got to start somewhere, they're not saying you got to start somewhere and you're going to keep doing it and invest in it until the long haul. They mean you got to start somewhere. So do a crappy job first, release it, because you're going to forget about it. And then you're going to be better next time, and then do that. That to me is slightly different. I mean, they are interested in the process, but I don't think they find pride in and like develop loyalty to all their works. I have crappy days, but I'm going to talk about that crappy day, which is what I did yesterday about like my day one drawing of the Zingtober. Like it goes on a wall. My crappy, my really weird like mustache guy goes on the wall too. It gets published. That's how it works. At least to me. You would want yours to be short and sweet like Gravity Falls. I'm not entirely sure if Gravity Falls considered as short. I think to see a short thing would be like a YouTube short. If you watch a YouTube short animation, they're like 30 minutes, if not like 15 minutes, 15 or 30 minutes. Those like, this is relatively speaking, obviously. To you, Gravity Falls is short, right? And to me, Gravity Falls is longer, because I'm more accustomed to seeing shorter things, like a Pixar short, or a lot of the YouTube shorts are really great inspirations. Like, how do you capture, and they have different obstacles. Your pilot will be like 10 minutes. I see. That would qualify like as a YouTube short, and the Pixar shorts that you may have already seen. I enjoy those things quite a lot, and they have a lot of different other mindsets. So most of the stuff that I said, if you're aiming for something that short, I guess it would be far more consistent to push all the details up front as quickly as possible, right? Like, you want to inundate the details as opposed to be restraining the details and playing the long game. So take whatever I would say comfortably and flip it on its head. So go in, toss in all those things, and then see what sticks kind of situation. I like the idea of a 10-minute pilot, like a pilot for a short series, to be, you throw a lot at the screen, and then whatever the details that are captured that people like have a lot of resonance about, those are the things you pull out, and then you leave the other details behind as a like a Easter egg, right? Those would then end up being Easter eggs as opposed to like payouts and whatnot, right? At least that's how my mind works with setting up stuff. It's interesting. I look forward to seeing what you end up deciding to do, or where you like naturally end up going towards. You could do something entirely different. You know, find a second opinion, a third opinion, fourth opinion, and I would still be invested in the person. Actually, most of the time, I love being surprised. So being surprised is definitely the way to go. Sometimes I wonder if someone would ask me something only to make something that is not what I expect. That would be really fun. I mean, that's incredibly flattering, but also incredibly risky. But it's interesting to see if there are people who are like, oh, you know what? I'm just collecting ideas, and now I'm just going to do everything no one else told me. Like, deliberately avoid all the ideas and feedback that people have. I wonder what that kind of show looks like, honestly. Deliberately avoid all the common trends, you know, the avant-garde, like the super avant-garde. The most avant-garde thing that I've seen is probably way back. I think David Lynch movies are probably easily one of the avant-garde films, like film series. David Lynch films feel like art to the max. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with David Lynch films, but one of the characteristics of David Lynch films is he basically tries to reproduce his nightmares. Like, if I had to be super reductive, he tries to capture the feeling and imagery of the darkest parts of his imagination, and that's it. You want to end the pilot on a sad note, and you want to engage people that way. I see. I look forward to when, like, moving out. Yeah, exactly. I was like, I was gonna say right before you typed that, is the pilot going to be right before the actual show begins, which is when she starts to reacclimate in a new environment. Yeah, the to be continued type of thing. Yeah. Now the thing is, if you're gonna start with like the place that she's leaving behind, it would be really fun to hold Easter eggs from the place that only shows up once in the show to be incorporated into the rest of the show. So you kind of like, oh yeah, you know what? That first pilot, huh? Maybe, you know, maybe there was a scarf on the ground or something. And one episode later, you know, the episodes later in the show would have something about scarves. Like, what? I feel like I've seen that scarf. You know, make a very identifiable thing in the pilot, so that all the thought keeps going back to the pilot. That'd be kind of cute. So many ideas. How could you even sleep at night, Danny? So many ideas. I'm kidding. You gotta learn how to also sleep. I can't remember this, so.
Kako.
Okay. What?
各地
Akuchi. Every place? Like each place? Okay. Good idea, you're taking notes. To me, whatever you decide in the pilot, the first season, it's already written the first season. The room is part of their house where they are. Oh, okay. Yeah. Right now, currently, yeah, I understand. But wait. So the pilot, that room is the pilot? The room that you're making is the room they're gonna leave, right? Or is it the other way around? Is that the room they're gonna be eventually in? Oh, okay, it's the room that they're leaving. Yeah, so everything you put in that room. So in this case, if it's the room that they're leaving, everything in that room that you're putting is pretty much an episode of the show, in my opinion. Like, because the pilot is like, that's it. Like that's the first season of the show, the exposition, right? The establishment. So to me, whatever you want to write for the rest of the show, like season 1, for example, it's in that room, or whatever you're showing in the pilot, because they're leaving it forever. with maybe 1 or 2 episodes later in the season where they revisit it, but only rarely, because that's the treasure trove room, right? It's kind of like playing a video game where you start in an environment, which, by the way, Clair Obscur does this. Lumiere, old Lumiere only shows up in the beginning, a different time period, once or twice through a 30-hour gameplay, and then at the very end of the game. So because Lumiere is this thing where that's what they've been working for. It's the thing that constantly linger, and then you pay it out at the end. So it would be kind of interesting to see if, 2 or 3 years down the line, in season 2 or season 3, where the show concludes, that they find themselves back at that house for a brief moment, right? Where they maybe see someone else living in it and stuff. Want to help you write it? I'm not the writer you're looking for, I'm pretty sure, Danny. I'm definitely someone who is closer to that. Someone who has a more of a a resonance with the show. I didn't move that much around in my life and whatnot, so a lot of the stuff is stories from other people. Maybe we can always chat casually, but there's no way. I would say very conveniently that I do not have enough life experiences with moving around in that nature to fill in. It can be a little disjointed. I wouldn't mind always chatting about it though, Danny. I think there's a writer out there. There's definitely a writer out there. Moving around is quite common for others. My family settled, and my background, we settled really fast. My feelings about being consistent might not be quite aligned with what the characters are doing. So I don't think the strength of my writing would embellish well with the direction of the characters that you have. I'm also very a cheery person. I find people who are pouty and sad and stuff as a point of endearing, like character development. But for myself, if I had to write something, it would be incredibly cheery. Very much like Gravity Falls cheery. Things they're obnoxious, but they're very happy most of the time. And there's rarely a beat in which there's maybe some slight element of hardship, but not so much anymore. So probably not, but I could always chime in for something that requires some pep, some Pepsi pep. Gotta scout out for someone who maybe even have that life, in my opinion, right? Because you mentioned the inspiration for Jennifer, right? And then I thought about, when I think about cats, there are quite a lot of animated films that have points of inspiration. Other than that, most of my ideas are inspiration. The details are probably not going to be that great, since I don't really have a connection with those. It would probably end up sounding like another show or another person's story, which probably still lacks enough details than the person who experienced it. If I had to say very honestly, in a professional capacity, finding someone who can resonate with your script and your pilot would be it. You wanted to get me involved, you will succeed with me. Fair enough. We'll see. No rushing, right? Take it Take it one step at a time. I would love to be some of like a contributor to it. Probably not the writer, so probably not. And you are more than free to do whatever it is with whatever I say. I don't want to like do the whole thing about, oh yeah, but that was like my idea, or that was that stuff. That's it might happen with someone much younger and ambitious and looking for credit and whatnot. But much like the lack of desire to do those things, it is also the reason why I won't be a great writer as well. You have to, like, I want to give you a realistic take on this. Those who care about credit, make sure and prideful and arrogant and whatnot, that's also one of their strengths of being a great writer, because they are ambitious and stuff. So it goes hand in hand. For myself, I'm not that ambitious of a person anymore, and I don't fight and like grind and double down on certain things. So becoming a writer would be like setting up yourself for someone who wouldn't possibly really push as hard as you can, and that's like the double edge, right? You're in my opinion, one of the characteristics of a writer that you may want to look for is someone who is possibly proportionally as ambitious as you are. And then if you get really lucky, you're also looking for someone who experienced or maybe have a lot more inside experience closer to the show you're writing as a start, obviously. And if you're super lucky, that person turns out to be the most talented collaborator you've ever met, and they will follow you and write other different types of stories that they don't experience. I don't think in any stretch of the imagination that I'm anywhere near someone like Del Toro and all the people who spent their lives fascinating and imagining things that they themselves haven't even experienced, but they are so well in tune with human nature. They'll take your ideas and make you the creator. No, I think you have a lot more, like, this is you, right? I definitely don't mind constantly shooting ideas though. That's definitely fun. How should I say this? And I'm gonna say this in a lazy way. Like painting me as the person. The person who conceptualizes things is not doing all the work. You know what I mean? So I echo what I say. I'm not doing the writing. I'm not doing the artwork and stuff. And without being part of the process, it kind of just means that it is pretty easy to start shooting ideas everywhere. But I also don't have any idea of the details that make those ideas possible. Much like every other viewer and like most viewers and stuff who criticize work without having their hands strictly in the work. I think the one slight silver lining or difference between me and those others is usually they're negative. You know, they're criticisms, not optimistic hopefulness. And creators are those type of people. They're far more optimistic and ambitious, you know, like hand wavy and chaotic with their ideas, but it's rarely ever to cancel or to not contribute to something. Which I think, while there's a commonality between the creator, like a positive creator, and a negative critic, the negative critic will end your career or attempt to end your career, while a positive critic will give you so much that you would need a talented group of people, including yourself, to organize those thoughts, right? It's kind of like a founder and its engineer in technology. Like the founder wants to do this, like, hey guys, wouldn't it be cool to like add this feature with this feature and that feature, and then the engineer would tell you like, you do know those things, like A doesn't jive with B and C costs too much to do those things, but those are great ideas, but we're gonna try to create a realistic way of integrating some of those ideas. That is where I think a writer and an animator is, like, the people who are making this stuff. The designer and the creator is usually the person that's like, oh yeah, there's so many, hey guys, I just saw this really fun movie, can we like take this idea and then throw it in with our 30 other ideas I told you to have? I think I'm more one of those people. And it takes very talented animators and writers, screenplay writers. Those are the people who then make it a reality. And I don't think they get enough credit most of the time. It's true, you can make an argument that without the creator, right, without the person coming up with the ideas, there wouldn't be a thing. But it's the whole thing, right? And I think the greatest creators of like content and whatnot, the last thing they want to do is sideline the people that made it possible. And it kind of reminds me of how what's his name talks about it, the guy that did Phineas, and we recently talked about this in the Discord, Phineas and what was the other name, Phineas and Burb, something like that. He has a team and he's ever grateful for his team, for sure. You know what, when I'm take notes and I can see potential with this, go mess around with this idea on the writing. Fair enough. That you don't have, fair enough. And I would love to see, I'm gonna look out for how you made it happen. Like, that to me is my favorite part about like concept designs. Like, if I'm a conceptual, like if I'm giving ideas, the ultimate satisfaction is seeing how the other person, the actual person who's doing the work, in my opinion, like bringing it to life, how they do it. Like, you just don't know. Like, I don't know what you're going to create. Like, and I look forward to it. Right? The most I can do is probably do like an amateurish cameo or something. Like, hey guys, I wrote a letter that she might read, and like I could read the letter. And that's what I always think about when so I'm no Peter Jackson, right? But I love when Peter Jackson takes part in his own movies. That's how I feel about where the creator is. But obviously Peter Jackson does everything. But it's kind of the thing. Alfred Hitchcock also shows up in his own movies. That's kind of the thing, right? And video games have cameos of people who inspired those bits. But that's it. Like, it stops there. They're not individuals who are going to carry the weight of everything else. It is up to the screenwriters and the animators and the writers themselves to do that, and they deserve a lot of that, right? I'm not speaking for directors, obviously. I have no idea how directors work, but generally speaking, those creators, they're kind of like namesake, right? A lot of times, especially those who adapt someone's source. Yeah. Okay. That's enough yapping for today.
反響
I really do hope I can do more things like this maybe in the future. So I welcome the privilege and the opportunity to throw something to the wind. See where it flies off to. Uh, ooh. And then dang it. Oh,
区域
Koichi. I wanted to say one thing. I feel there is a lot of richness that you can do with your show where you can bring something that is from you that is different and use that as a point of storytelling. So that's why I brought up the father figure thing, because it's still not really that uh it's more common now, but oftentimes people still think of families as a unit, right? And that could be something that you yourself could write really easily about. You can play to your strengths by highlighting the stuff that makes you different, and you can project it into the show. You added no dad to the show because your mom has been a single mom. Exactly. So you can elevate that because it's it's a single parent threshold, right? But you don't have to add the dad to the show. You can show what it's like or accent what it's like to have a mother with the absence of a dad. So one thing that a writer can do is, if they don't have experience with a father figure, plus too many characters to work with already. That's fair. That's fair. But what I'm saying is, the idea is to take what is not there. So you also need to understand what is not there in order to communicate that too, right? So when someone watches a show, if you can also capture that idea by saying like, oh, by the way, this scene is about how touching her mother is, but you know, when she's with her mother, and we're not talking about main characters, we're talking about supporting characters, like things that show up every once in a while, like when Jennifer is with her mother outdoors, there would be a moment where there's a boy and his dad doing something, and there would be a commentary about that kind of situation, right? Those things happen on a regular basis, right? When it comes to things about that. So you can show that a single mother and her daughter can be really supportive and strong and positive despite being contrast with the lack of a father figure. So it's more like a scene within a very small scene within the time, and that captures things that can show that the writer themselves or the person doing it know a lot about things, like a lot of perspectives, but the show is trying to focus you back while showing you that yes, these other things also exist in the world. So as a mental exercise, oftentimes you can also find ideas to write about to strengthen your story while looking at the other side of things, or the different side of things, or what other people are looking at, which is kind of the same as asking for an opinion, right? Like an opinion from someone else who's different. Alternatively, if you like working alone and being in your own headspace, you can observe, you can ask yourself a lot of times, well, if I think a single mother is incredibly sufficient to doing all of this, you can challenge yourself by saying, well, what if a single mother is not enough? And then see what those stories are like. And then you come back to your story, collecting that information and observing that information. And now you can make a story even stronger because you can subtly also address those things,
but you address them from the strength of, so it can bolster your character development by understanding what it is not as well, which is an alternative way if you're looking for more ideas. I'm sure you're still filled with a lot more ideas, but I've done that a lot of times. Like add how your dad was, oh, maybe not. I don't know. Possibly, like in a different way. But you can maybe I don't know how dark you want to go, but you can suggest things. You know, you can let them suggest things and see how much people like, you'll find out if people want to or not. Like that can be quite dark, but there are, I would say, many family cartoons that suggest that someone who's absent, yeah, he was beat up with a bat and burned alive. I'm sorry to hear that, Danny. Yeah, I don't want you to like dig up memories that may cause you to relive trauma. So I think one of the things to think about can be those things, but it doesn't have to be them, right? If you're running out of ideas is what I'm saying. For myself, you know, I'll give you an example. The only way I can relate to a younger person who's struggling with finding interest, for example, yesterday we were talking about free time and using intent. It's not I feel those things, right? I don't feel like I never use my free time deliberately, but in order to connect with someone who does, you have to understand them. So oftentimes I would say, well, I always seem to run out of time. What is it like? What if I don't run out of free time? What is that like? So you spend some time brainstorming, looking at how other people spend their time, and that can make you feel even stronger about what you are. It can possibly change and transform something else. And that's one way to get more information, if you ever wanted more information. And become a writer. Become a writer of your own show, right? I think writers do that a lot. They challenge themselves, because writers have to they're big, right? And animators are big too. So I still ask myself this month, like, what if I didn't draw a red panda? What would I draw if I didn't draw a red panda? Would I draw a goat? Because I know that when I saw Beep's concept art, it kind of makes me want to draw a goat. I think the next character, like the next guest character in one of them, like I drew a giant, you know, I drew a panda bear already, but usually I draw a panda bear as the big bro character for the red panda, but I could draw a goat. I did draw a deer once too, because one of the prompts was a deer. That's probably what I mean by that. When some things are sad, you can try to picture it happy. When some things are missing, you can try to picture it as it existing, and what are the possibilities. Honestly, it would be kind of interesting to see what guest characters you have. Obviously you said there are too many characters, and I imagine you're talking about too many main characters, like the supporting and main characters, but there are also like those times where you have guest characters where they only show up for like a scene. There's a chance you could have Rob Paulson. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's right. You can have guest character. Damn, that's true. Based on your connections you have. Oh, that's kind of neat. I actually really didn't think about that most of the time. I don't have a lot of connections in life in that nature, so I don't often think about, oh, what if you wrote a character or someone who agrees to come on. I haven't even thought about that. That's kind of neat. You know what's really funny all the time about King of the Hill? Whenever the black character happens in King of the Hill, that's Chris Rock. I can't unhear his voice. Like, Chris Rock has a very like his voice is I'm pretty sure it's Chris Rock. Hold up. I gotta make sure I don't mess up his name. Yeah, Chris Rock. He that has to be him, because when I heard his voice, that it has to be the character. So that's kind of one of those things. Maybe you can add a character to pilot that Rob can voice. That would be interesting. That'd be like, hey, you know, nudge nudge, chuckle chuckle. I know I'm asking you this now, like if you could voice a character. And I was hoping you say yes because I already did it. That's a pretty that would be a pretty gutsy move. I don't know what Rob is like, but I imagine it would be really flattering. Don't know though. Don't know. Never been in show business. I'm not that bold. I'm not that like where you're confident, there's also boldness. And then I don't know what show business. Like if you do that, is that more like 60% of the time it's bold and endearing, or is it like 60% time that's arrogant and presumptuous? I have no idea how show business works. To me, who's not in show business, that would be a very flattering thing. That's kind of like watching Ko Carnage, for example. Ko show up as a cameo in Cyberpunk 2077, or seeing Ko Carnage as a NPC, like another character in Dave the Diver. Like that's probably my perspective. Like if anyone was doing that, I would be extremely flattered. However, in show business, that might be an entirely different, like in entertainment, that might be like a hit or miss. It could be entirely different. You feel like if you get someone big, they might share it to people? Absolutely. Which is why I would probably encourage you to do, or consider that as a thing, right? It's one of the from a consumer perspective, someone who's viewing the show and whatnot, it can be seen as a mixed feeling. And what I mean by that is, it's the necessary business part when people start doing shows, their passion projects, to incorporate get exposure. However, if it falls flat, you can critics are people who watch videos and movies and stuff. They can be very harsh because it can be seen as, oh, the show is quote unquote only successful because of this and that. You're ready for that? I'm happy to hear that you're ready for that. Or like you feel that you're ready for that. I actually have no idea what it takes to deal with that. So I can't actually even tell you, looking at you, what you're doing, what I know about you, it does that ever prepare you for that or not, because I have no experience. So it would be pretty negligent of me to say, oh yeah, you're ready. So I have no idea. But I'm glad to hear that you feel you're ready for it. It sounds like crazy. You get all ready while you're trying to make a pilot. You get that already. I see. Yeah. Here, the story I would echo from someone else that made it big would be probably not make it big, but he's already big. But he's now like, because of like, I talked about John Green before. When he was transitioning his books to be adopted into movies, especially recently last year where his movie all the way Turtles All the Way Down became a movie. He talked about in his vlog to his brother about how like it was kind of nice, right? Spending like 1 to 2 months in the glitz and glamour of show business and whatnot. But then he talked about all the other things that involve books and how, yeah, okay, show business is kind of neat, but not for him. From my thought, if I ended up getting too involved, I feel like I'm not ready for that. So I'm glad to hear that you are. The reason why is, objectively speaking, I have zero experience with that, and I really didn't spend there wasn't part of my life that wanted that, despite wanting to be a movie director. I when I was your brother's age, or maybe the age you were when you started working on flowers, was that I set myself up with all extracurriculars to be a director. It was either a video game director or a movie director. And I have some of those skills carry on for the rest of my life, but then I went into science. So they have always been in the background. Although I've never considered once in my life a desire to tackle that. I think content creation is even closer than what I've done in my childhood, where I thought, oh yeah, let's pick up a video camera and let's do some staging. In the end of the day, it's probably that part that you say you're ready for is part that I would probably be a little bit avoidant. That's one of my traits that I haven't really considered needing to change too much, which is to always be the logistics person. Logistics are the person that works in the background, like take care of logistical stuff. I prefer to work the stage than be the person having to talk to people, despite kind of liking that. I do enjoy PR and human management and whatnot. If that human management leads to someone else, someone else drawing all the attention and getting all the liability, because when you're the person who's responsible for everything, you are also held responsible for everything. So I kind of don't envy the place of directors and like CEOs and stuff. It's tough, and I'm rooting for you. Danny, I'm rooting for you. I like picking up the pieces, or like getting the duct tape, getting the coffee, bringing the cookies. uh
給料
Studio. Oh, this is Hyo. Oops, that's a typo.
表
Hyo. So this is valid. All right. So we saw one that I skipped. How many words have you done since you joined? Like 4. I haven't decided if I was going to do 2 pieces or 1 piece today. So it's starting to slowly lean towards only 1 piece today. Dude, for sure. I know, right? Hmm.
主観
Shkan. What's the main view? Like the principles? Or like subjective? Okay.
しか
Shka. Wait. Oh no. I can't go backwards. Okay. That's fine. What? Oh.
時効
Jiko. Weather. Also, for the record, you are more than free to like contradict me and like call me out on things. I'm definitely very human for like human sake. Although most of the time I do acknowledge that I'm making excuses. I don't want to give you the impression that I don't make excuses and avoid things. I try to tell people not to avoid and do things if they do it too often. This happens to be one of those things that I have chosen to avoid quite a bit. So I have no data or no knowledge about it. And hopefully your connections and whatnot fill in a lot of those things.
Nikan.
Nikon. 2 volumes? What? Oh. What? It's not imitate? Oh, imitation. That's fine.
副業
Fugyo. Heck. Are you Joel? Dang. Oh no, wait, but you're Hyo too. Oh no. Not expression. It's not chastise. Not reason. Spending most of my time saying what it's not. Okay. Great if I had some. It's kind of like chastise, like criticism or critique. Evaluate. Okay.
観念
Annen. Missing view? Yearn view? Mistake view? My jerk reflex told me that it's like reminiscence, but I reminisce. Annen. Annen. It's a thought. So a view and a thought is an idea or a notion. Supplement.
Wait. Plentiful. Ain't no way that's Holka. No, it's not. Yummy. Is this something like Chitaka? Or something? Chitaka. Ah. Like something with tacos. Tachika? No. Something about like or tacos. Not taka. Plentiful at home. Yeah. Something with cheese and tacos. Tachika? Tachika. Dang it! Heck! Ugh! Cold? I can figure this out. Yeah, I specifically remember making sure to have plenty of alright, we're skipping this. Oh no, we're back to oh no, I skipped 11 out of 55. That's rough. Alright. So what was this? Kolsha. What the descending car? What is this? Oh, hold on. 3 of the stuff solved themselves. Oh wait, descending. Oh, descending could also mean getting out, right? So it's just getting out of a car. Wait, it's a bit off. What the heck? Oh, getting off. Yeah, disembarking. That's okay. Oh, and then I got this, right?
投票する
投票する. That's like to vote. I'm still lost. Oh, wait. Oh no, I'm still lost. It's a bonus. It's definitely the left character. Oh!
賞与金
Shoyoki. Alright. So we're okay with that. Oh, Taiyo is to dealing with. And did I remember this? It's like Fukugai or wait,
副題
Fukudai. And Fukudai is subtitles. Right, so that solved that. And this is respond. I was getting it mixed up with journey. I still don't remember what journey is. What if you reference my panda character? As long as it's part of the character, it's all good. I will definitely tell everyone about it. That's probably what I'll tell. I'll tell everyone about it because it's a reference. That's that captures what I mean. I'd probably be pretty honored. I'd be honored in that way. Right? There's no more, no less. It'll be fun to tell everyone, and indirectly, obviously, tell people that about you and the show. Right? I don't think I've ever done anything that contributed to anything that was in mass media. Like legitimately, I find it very embarrassing. However, I do make an exception because if it means talking about the things someone else I know made, unapologetic, shameless. But if it's specifically about myself, then that's kind of embarrassing. So we don't talk about that. We don't talk about Bruno. Don't ever talk about Bruno. Unless you're talking about the entire family. Right? That's kind of how it works. And it's very rarely do I talk about myself without the ulterior motive of talking about someone else. It's to distract people from the attention, not draw the attention. So I share my personal stories in order as a way to talk about someone else most of the time. Like your documentary. Your brother with we talk about your brother quite a lot, but right now it would be a great reason to talk about you if you had something that was tethered to your brother. Right? So your brother's your brother starring in that documentary would be a segue to talking about you instead. You can add your character like a drawing of it on Jennifer's journal while she's writing. Oh well, that would be very cute. That would be most definitely very cute. The question is, like one of the things I'm starting to think about is I wonder what the character looks like behind your hands, because I don't draw a consistent character. So now I'm just curious. I haven't drawn anything consistent yet. So now it would be really interesting to see what it looks like from someone else. It's like I don't think my work is like not reproducible. It's incredibly reproducible, right? So it almost feels like it would be just your character, right? And that's good. That's awesome. Yeah, kind of. I haven't worked on my interpretation of Jennifer yet, so shh. I'll let you know. Well, I'm gonna work on it in secret. You would have to doodle a quick one, and I'll add you on a paper. Oh, all right, all right, all right. Response would be like, oh, kota. Oh, it's like. It's not kota? Oh no. I feel like it's just ojiru.
応じる
Okay. To respond to? Or to respond? Yes. Why? Yes. Not response. Not in that way. Respond. Oh, I got this too.
大
Oze.
勢
Oze. Okay. Still not sure what this is. I feel like it's kind of like to hand over or to like cross over. Oh no, to look over. Ah, yeah. Okay. So we're still solving things. I feel like this is like to take out or to bring up. To boost? Bring up and out. How do you bring up and out? All right, what else we have left? Outside view. I really thought this was Bottom. Oh no. Yeah, view. Like, is it just view? What? Scene, scenery, background. Oh, environment maybe. Oh my gosh, dude. The apartments, what? Like the scenic. What is this going for? What the heck? It's got to be close. What other way can I express? Yeah, it's saying the view outside, like this apartment's view or scenery, they like it or something like that. I'm about to figuratively flip my table or my desk. What's the last one for now? One, two. One, two. Yutaka.
豊か
Okay. Heck. Pepperoni hex. Oh, I could use some pepperonis right now. So wait, what were the two that we have? Outside, like scenery and then something about bringing out. I mean, no, that's transport. Export. I could just save these and then do the others first. Let's save these two and then do the others. Oh, and the lessons, because we have 41. So let's go and pick up all the other ones. It's 9 p.m. already. Let's do that at least.
かける
What? Oh wait, that's K.
新鮮
Nope. Wait, yes? Nope. Bug. Heck. This is like to sue, no? Pretty sure it's like to sue. I thought it was like soap. Something dealing with soap. Oh no. It's something like 歌、
訴える、
歌える。Dang it. It doesn't work very well. And it did deal with soup and rotten eggs. Why do I think it's A? Oh, A. And then tak. Yeah. Silently. Tak. Yeah. It's the only one I'm currently using. Kind of. Get this out of here. I'm still working on it.
操作
Whoops.
後輩
Hey.
光栄、
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Heck.
鮮魚、
Thank you. Come on, no whammies. Mm,
上官、
Yokan.
不況、
Your session.
天候
Inko. Oh, wait. Heck. Get that out of here. And I still don't know what it is. What is that? What is that? Oh, this is gun, right? To include, so it's probably
含む
um
隠す、
隠す A
渡る、
studied Heck! Wait,
絶望、
Zetsubo. Zetsubo. There? Search. Masu. Dang it! I felt good about that one. Alright. Let's go through. Let's think about this. It's not a blender. They use something else. But I don't think I put it as part of the mnemonic, right? So something about searching one's soul with Sue. Oh no, wait, but I already know what search. This is the other search, so it's
探
Sagasu.
す、
Sangasu. Both searches are Sangasu. Sager? Oh my gosh, your soul is sagging. Oh my gosh. I don't know how I feel about that. What the watch? Oh, watch streak. Oh, dang. I think that's a new thing, the whole watch streak thing. I don't know. I've never seen it until you're the first one who ever used it. Like, claimed it, or maybe. Hello there, Beep. You invited your husband to the Discord. He also does art? Oh, well now we're getting somewhere. Now we have a couple artists. That's really cute. Oh, what type of art does your husband do? Beep. I think I haven't encountered a artist couple yet. He also draws aminals. For a brief moment, I was gonna make an anime joke. And it's like, does he just draw anime girls? I'm kidding, by the way, but it would be pretty funny. Since you mentioned learning Japanese and Chinese, my first thought is, oh no, statistical average. You know, when we were talking about statistical averages yesterday, it's like, oh no, 9 out of 10 chance he might be. Yeah, I noticed, Danny, on a 5-day win streak. 5-day win streak. I see what you did there, Danny. Oh, that's kind of cute that both of you draw animals. No, we don't even really watch anime. That's fair. Hear me out. The drawing anime thing is so pervasive now. Quite a lot of people who draw anime, especially like males who draw anime girls, don't watch anime. Like, for example, there are even kids who play lots of like music and like rhythm games that deal with anime. You know, like there's anime music and there's anime presentation, but they don't watch anime. It's something about like the art associated with it, like the discipline and the representation and the constant exposure of specific types of art. And Japanese inspired art is very trendy. You were actually looking for drawing live stream the other day and you could hardly find anything else. Really? Yeah, exactly. Right. If you're on the Twitch side of things, it's like 90% of the stuff because it coincides with gaming. Anime, the whole like anime waifu situation is like completely detached from anime itself as well. If that was what you were referring to. But the thing about YouTube is it's glossary and static stuff, you know, like not live stream stuff, does evoke a lot of fine crafts. There's quite a lot of traditional artists, but it still kind of pales in comparison despite that. Something about the elegance of balancing form, shape, language from anime related drawings is incredibly pleasing. So it's pretty interesting to see how many people use it as an art study as opposed to specifically watching it because of anime. Actually, there's a growing body. I would say it's quite significant. I would say 20 to 30% ish. I'm making up numbers, but it's definitely less than 50% where people will watch anime but have no interest ever in doing art. There might actually be more people who are interested in being able to draw anime inspired like simplifications and incredibly ornate only drawing related stuff, but not for animation purposes in art, than actually participating in that. There's also like the whole string of manga artists who don't watch anime, like people who consume and do art studies from manga artists, because manga artists have incredible inking skills. Their ability to ink and do line drawing is outrageous. Like this guy retired recently and left his thing incomplete, but for the longest time, one of the longest running manga that I read a lot of is this guy here. Let me show you an example of their artwork. Ow! My eyes. Oh, hold up. His name is Takehiko Inoue. And he it's a shame that I can't hold up. I want one that I can actually. Can you guys not? Okay, here we go. So this is like a single panel. Like it's Vagabond by Takehiko Inoue. And every like panel is this. Like nearly every single panel in his manga is this. Like he has such a command of volume. So despite like not watching anime or something, there were some adaptations of Vagabond, but it was the artwork that really, it's so everything. Like is you have things that it's already incredibly hard to capture, and then a one that really comes up is also the Berserk artist. What was his name? Kentaro Miura. Kentaro, like this stuff, right? So when it came to like artwork, a lot of times people use this, quite a lot of artists use these things as art studies, and it shows. I mean, like I don't even know where to begin. Like what do you do? Where do you even begin with this? You can probably start by doing your standard shapes. So these are the two big ones that when it comes to that, obviously they're not anime girls, but giving an example of situations where the trend, the other parts of it is incredibly impressive. Those are the ones that I gravitate towards, by the way. I'm not in the, I try to draw one like female anime character, and that's as close as I've gone. Like my interest is in the line work, much more the line work. I think I draw more, like for the most part I drew way more animals than I have humans. You're actually the one that got your husband into Japanese a bit. Oh, cute. I'm glad to hear that your husband is willing to join in with the experience. For example, lots of the lines that you have, like the very characteristic lines that you're doing and the looseness of it, people who do like anime drawings or like Japanese drawings, those lines are accented as well in lots of the drawings. So like those red panda drawings I have, it's not intentional per se, and I don't necessarily think it's exactly the reason, but oftentimes those lines are really well represented in Japanese trendy drawings. So despite that, it may, whether it's coincidence or not, a lot can be gathered from it. Like the way anime portrays animals, I keep saying animals, is also by sheer coincidence, right? It could be sheer coincidence for artists or not, largely because it captures that kind of form language. Let me think of an animal that I can think of from anime. Probably the most recent is Jujutsu Kaisen's panda character. Yeah. Like, pandas will always look like pandas, right? So, I mean... Oh, come on. Alright. So, like, pandas will always look like pandas, right? So, like, it's a panda that's standing up. That there's no, like, so you can still use it as an art study for the this for your art. Like, that's a panda standing up. There's really not much more than that. So a lot of the clean lines and economics, the economics of anime production and drawing captures form. There's quite a lot of things to learn about it. You like how animals tend to look very realistic yet very cartoon in anime? That's how I feel about it too. Yeah, I enjoy, like, there's something more than life, but they're clearly trying to be within the bounds of, like, the shape language is captured really well in the trendy Japanese, like, animation, because they have to also cut costs, right? Like, so it's such a really elegant way of capturing form, and that's where most of my form language came from. Like, the Doraemon, a cat. Yeah, I think Doraemon is supposed to be a cat. I mean, Doraemon is heckin' cute cute as a button, you know? Hello Kitty is not a cat though. Thought I'd tell you that. Presumably, Hello Kitty is not a cat. I know it says Hello Kitty. I feel like I get debated all the time, right? But presumably. Or like Karipo? Karopi? No, Karopi, yes. Like, there is that other aspect of it, like children's cartoon stuff, right? Like Karopi would be one of them. Which then you get to the other side of, quote unquote, the, like, anime-ish, like, thing. You get things like this, like it's cartoons, things like this, which it's kind of cute and you can do it very quickly. So there's also this side of the Japanese splurge when it comes to different types of creatures. I drew a kappa once. A kappa. Kappa? Too simple for you? Yeah. I'm more on the ornate side, so I like dirty drawings and, like, loose drawings and whatnot. Anyways. Wait. Oh, you know what is a great study though? Miyazaki. Yeah, Miyazaki, when it comes to naturalistic things with like a looseness and but still larger than life but somehow grounded. Oh man, Miyazaki. Like things like this, I wish there weren't such blurry low res low res images of this. Old. Yeah, like things like this. Absolutely beautiful. Like, there's larger than life stuff, but there's also, like, an inherent interpretive nature to it. This is the forest spirit depiction. One of the forest spirit depictions in Princess Mononoke, for Miyazaki's film. I like this stuff. Like you still have your really form language, but then there's the details, the finer, like looser details along the thing. So like the hair part, obviously I've inherited that from just looking at anime and consuming anime for quite some time. That's where the panda, my like red panda kind of sketchiness with the hairlines and stuff came from, with a mix of like it just cuts into something with a different texture. This is where a lot of it comes from, where you look at this, you capture form language, there's very elegant smooth areas, and then just stacks, hair. I think that this part that I'm describing is more so intuition after being someone who stares at anime for quite some time. And then whenever I think of Western cartoons, I channel things like Family Guy and King of the Hill and stuff. Bob's Burgers. Like Bob's Burgers art. Anyways. Yeah. Thinking of an animal. Hoshira does a lot of animal things. Hoshira did Wolf Children and The Boy and the Beast. They feature a character that would have something. Is yours Western? I think to me it's Western. Yeah, it's Westernized. I mean, Gravity Falls is a great, like we already pulled up Gravity Falls already. Hilda is pretty much the most current one of that version that I've seen outside of long established list. Right. I do find so I did mention this yesterday when Beep talked about animal shows, or like they Beep drew animals, and while this is simple, it's also kind of ornate, and these are the Western shows that I have a soft spot for. So here's an example. Dogs in Space. I watched this so I watched this quite a lot. I actually watched it on rerun just for fun. Dogs in Space. See, like the eyes, yeah, they're just dots. They're just black dots. It's like just the idea of very specific lines carrying like details it's great. It's a fun show, Dogs in Space. It's so cute. By the way, there's a reason why they're like standing and walking. I don't know if you guys watch Dog in Space, but it's the premise is that dogs were engineered to be intelligent, and then they send them off to find a habitable place for humans because Earth is like on the decline. And then that's why they stand and walk, and it's kind of like playing on the satire. It's very satirical. It's a satirical show about, it's kind of like WALL-E, when the statement WALL-E was making, dogs are humans' best friend, and then they send them off on a journey to discover a habitable planet. And then in the meantime, they've evolved because of their intelligence that they were engineered with, to form and behave in a way that is kind of human-like, but it lacks the human self-destructive nature, but more the dog's innocent and carefree thing while doing things. So it was a very cute take. To me, the reason why I like Dogs in Space is I like Star Trek. Star Trek is wonderful, and painting a hypothetical idiosyncrasy, painting it out, like figuratively painting it out and interchanging it, challenges the human writer to try to capture the personification of a different species by removing a component of humans. So this show focuses on removing the self-destructive nature of humanity and injecting it with the goofiness and carefree nature and positivity of what we think canines are, right? And then thrusting them in the same situations that go against humans. And then it's Star Trekky because these dogs encounter other different species, and the other species have a really strong commentary on humans and human self-destruction. Like there's an entire show where they visited a planet that was entirely plants. They were entirely plant-like, and the whole point was to like take this, transport this seed. They were responsible for transporting this seed to plant in another in another planet. And because they're doggos, right, they're kind of mischievous and unreliable. And then there's like the loyal type, so you have all the archetypes of the dogs, so every one of the dogs represent their stereotypes. And of course the main character is a Shiba, and let's just say he's a goofball, he's a potato, right? And then you can see this is kind of a, let's just say, a stylized Kali-like character. So she's like the loyal, like high rigid stuff. So but most of them, and then you know your Chihuahua, and that's one of like the few guilty pleasures in recent days involving dogs. So now we're combining the things. Science fiction, hypothetical writing, satire, human commentary, which is my guilty pleasure. And then we have doggos, and then it's kind of family oriented. The show is family oriented. It's about loyalty, love a lot of times, and companionship. Right. It's a cute show. It's a really cute show. To echo yesterday, it's not meant to be that deep, but I made it that deep. If I had to explain why I like that show, it will probably end up being a relatively detailed explainer. But the designs are really cute. Like the spaceship is cute. There's like dogisms in all the little animations. So I thought, wonderful. If you want to have like a feel-good show. It is always that deep. It always is. Yeah. We try to dig deep. Right? Dig deep. Alright, let's get back to this. I think I'm still at skipping 2, right? So what do we have here? 5. Oh. Alright, we're skipping this. Okay. Like koksu. No? I think there might be an... No, it's... Oh, okay. Kokso. Kokso. Like a public complaint. Or no, like a criminal complaint? Fair enough. Heck! Oh wait. Inkyo.
Kaeru.
Kaeru. What? Hold. Okay. Oops.
限界
Genkai. Genkai. Heck.
願意
Gangi. Included in the idea is no. Gangi. Yeah, like to include, to hint or implication. It's still a hint though. Oh, hint at? Oh no, hint is fine. Okay.
気候
Oh. Kiko. Oops. Need to
絶
shorten.
対
Zettai. Zettai. Versus eliminate? Elimination? Extinction? Hold up. Extinct against. Guess it could be something like how does this, how do you feel right now? What does this say? 第にワニクにワニカにレベル6 oh or what? Wait, hold up. I'm thinking of it in a different way. It's kinda like it. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. How does the end, finish, complete is like absolutely? It's the entirety of the thing. It's the absolute. Okay. Custom. Oh no, I lost it. I had it for a moment. Dang it. Yeah, it's not it.
なれる 期限
Keegan. Deadline. To limit? Tattoo? Oh no, it's something. No. No. Yeah. I'm missing a syllable. Limits. Something do. Something taru, maybe. No, it's. This is again, right? Hajiru. What? Oh no, kagiru.
限る
Kagiru.
無限
Again, limitless or infinite. Fine. No, that's not senyaka. Wait, is it? No. Suiyaka. Wait. No? Oh, wait. No. I'm getting something else mixed up. It just happens to be Yaka at the end as well too. Let me think. Oh, I thought it was Suiyaka. Is it not? Am I tripping? I haven't ever said that. I won't say it again. Sorry. Excuse me. I've lost my mind. We got 9. 9 plus 3. We got 4 skipped. Right now. What time is it? It's almost 10. I will pass. No. What are you? Maku?
幕
Not Maku. Anyways. To roll.
訴訟
For sure. No. Probably. Oh yeah, senpai.
先輩
Senpai. Something about flower both man? Don't ask. Flower both just got me man. Maybe like abundant. Full. Full is good. Unite? Cool. Dang. Alright, let's think about this. We have thread and mix. What part of the whole thing got you interested on flowers? What do you mean by what part of the whole thing? You got part of the whole thing. You were passionate about flowers. That's sufficient. Oh, I think this is strangle. Yeah, this is strangle. I invest in people. I don't necessarily invest in products anymore. There was a time when I invested in products. At the moment I don't invest, like for creative things, creative pursuits, I don't invest in products. So like whenever someone tells me like this game is really good, you should play it, I'm less convinced than telling if the person told me why they like the game. I'm more likely to play the game if the person explains to me why they like the game. And bonus points, I am even more likely to play the game when the person plays the game, describes the game, and also knows something about the creator of the game or the creators of the game. And they talk about the creation, the things they like about the game because they're forming a connection with the people who make the game. Then it's almost a guarantee. Nearly a guarantee. That's like 90% of the work to convince me to do something or be interested in something. So yeah, I am incredibly biased towards creators who put themselves first over what they're trying to produce. Their production is a part of them. So inevitably, if they put themselves first, their work is communicated through them. So I do stand behind that there is a tall difference. There's a large gap between someone who's able to speak about their work while also presenting and producing great work, because work can only capture a picture of the person behind it. And if a person is able to do that in many different ways, it's a great way to convince me to be interested in something. There are things that I do for products. Like if someone asks me, I want to upgrade my PC, here's my specs, I still do that. Like, I don't know anyone at NVIDIA or AMD or Intel, dear me, Intel, like things like that. So there are still applicable places where if I don't have any connections, then I would use an objective point of view. And objectivity also means that when I talk to that person, I'm never going to hear from them again after responding, because generally speaking, those individuals are not interested in people. They're interested in results, and that's perfectly fine. That means that me and them, I would expect that. So when we exchange and do our transactions, it doesn't get any deeper than that, right? Basically, it really isn't that deep, and we both understand it. It's a business transaction, right? When someone asks me, what level am I on in WaniKani? That's a business transaction. If they're asking me, what am I doing now in WaniKani? And then explain what they're doing in WaniKani, that's not a business transaction. Or it's kind of transactional, but it's not like, oh, you answer it and you go. Yeah. And that's really great for efficiency. It's very great for efficiency. And I think the internet does that in spades. You come in, you have a question, you ask, you leave. So what part of the whole thing? The whole thing, which is you, Danny. You are the whole thing. Flower is something you create. So whatever it is about flowers, I'll know I'll like it if I like the person, right? Or and invest it in the person, because you will start to see the person in the work. At least, in my opinion, a creator doesn't intentionally try to make something that they can't relate to or care about. Some part of them will end up in the thing they're creating. I have met one or two people who believe that compartmentalization is the way to produce great work. So, like, never putting a part of themselves in anything they create, not even the things they do. Like, for example, I teach, right, at some point in my life. If you could treat making something and teaching something as not part of yourself. And to me, those are the things that make people dislike teachers, make teachers out to be soulless individuals who are suffering but also failing compassion. And that's probably something that I don't gravitate towards. And they still exist. Like, what I mean is, actually, it's probably even more common to find someone who is in a soulless occupation because of circumstances. So I'm not saying everyone has the privilege or opportunity to do that. The reality is, I think a vast majority of individuals will not have that chance in their life, their opportunity. But if I do meet someone and they seize that opportunity, I like whatever they make. It's pretty already a self-fulfilling prophecy, because I'm talking to someone who understands and sees opportunity, and they're grateful and continue to seize those opportunities when they present themselves. So if you have 30 minutes of free time, instead of sitting around and hoping for something good to happen to you in those 30 minutes. You've seized the opportunity and decide to either spend that time. If you spend 5 minutes of your free time with me, that is a choice you made, and then you've committed to it. And if you imbued in it, then those are the people you want to invest in or invest your time in. With that said, though, I'm in the market to change people's minds about their investments as well. So if there's someone who comes in expecting to only say hi and then they end up talking for 6 hours with me, that's what I'm in the market for. I still would try to invest in someone who don't believe that they're not worth investing in, because I think the internet has made it very common for people to think that they're worthless. And not the internet as a person or other businesses making you feel worthless. Is objectivity makes it so that you yourself can convince yourself you're worthless. That's what is really, in my opinion, incredibly sad about the stuff that we talked about in the last week or two. No one has to do it. Stats, information, and facts makes you feel small and hopeless and worthless. So whenever someone comes along and decides not to sound like they're worthless and being grateful and constantly vibrant and stuff, whatever they produce, in my opinion, will be wonderful. It's already 7, almost out from work. Oh yeah, that's right, you're working. Wait, you work on weekends? I was just about to ask you. I made an assumption that you wouldn't be working on a Sunday, but I see. So you work on Sundays. Gas stations are open every day. Yeah, but you may have different shifts, Danny. Like what I mean is you could have a different shift, or you might change shifts with someone else. Are you the only employee at the gas station, Danny? Oh no. I don't know how I feel about that, being the only employee at a gas station. That's kind of a very... I suppose technology can help with that these days, but that is a social norm, I think. Gas stations being run, like being managed by one person at a time. It's very... I mean, you can probably handle it and other people get used to it, but I can't see that. To me, that sounds like such a missed opportunity for the manager, the person who's managing the gas station. I know it would cost more to have 2 people, but it's kind of like, I'm not keep this with a grain of salt, I'm not trying to compare you to like dogs or cats, but actually kind of, because young people are kind of like dogs and cats, where they like are kind of carefree, but they also enjoy life in the simplest ways. So oftentimes when I think about, like, if you were to have a dog, right, or like a hamster or something, and that they are social creatures, the one thing you would do to maximize their quote-unquote productivity, or whatever the way they can do it, so I'm taking like an objective point of view with a subjective spin on it, is to have 2 dogs or 2 hamsters and see if they can boost your productivity of your place. But oftentimes, like when you think of corporations and large finance, optimization removes that. So in my opinion, it would be interesting to see what would happen to someone's like network of gas stations if they ended up hiring 2 people, 2 complementary people or supplementary people, as opposed to 1, right? Like with your overall satisfaction of your customers, and then the person providing the customer service and the customers they're serving, that interaction, would it improve over time? There are some restaurants, franchises now, that are seeing a boon versus other restaurants that have optimized and objectively optimized their staff for turnover and stuff, that are declining with that. So society, in my opinion, at least in the United States, is shifting towards happier employees, like happy employees and human management leads to overall gains and perception of revisited patrons. This was not the case before, hence why you get a situation where you have one person who's like there manning the things and with no redundancies and whatnot, and also really have no care for the employees' health, right? I'm not a business runner, by the way, and for the record, I've only worked in mom and pop shops or like family owned run things, and rarely, despite not even having traffic, there's at least 2 people there. One of the large reason is there's always the potential of mentorship and boon and support. And I do think about it a lot of times when I'm traveling. On the rare occasion that I'm traveling, you would stop by a gas station. It would be like one person there, and when I'm driving after leaving the gas station, I often think about like, hopefully that person's kind of close to family or something. I genuinely don't think that, despite liking to be solitary and you want your space and whatnot, sometimes the space is being away from something that is constant, you know, like something that is constantly there. But when you go to a workplace, that constant, those people that work there, they don't occupy the same reason why a lot of people want to be alone. But I do get that people like their alone time and whatnot. I do think, though, in the long run, having 2 people who like to be alone but occupying the same space in a work environment has a lot more opportunities for a business investment than a singular person who is like the single point of failure for your operations. It kind of works in this way. I think it's an employee that thinks they're cheap and affordable and kind of sometimes miserable, and then the employer feeling like they're expendable, replaceable, and therefore instead of playing the long run in investing in like some synergistic environment, you can just turn over the employee, right? I think that's the more common way of interpreting it. Obviously, I'm not saying all employers are heartless, optimizing people, but when I hear a single person operating a service stop, a service related stop, that sounds like mid, like for both the employee and the employer. Like having another person, that's interesting. It does cost money, obviously, for the person who runs it. I'm very curious if they take that approach in a different way and improve the potential of working. Service might go up. You don't know. It's very difficult. But both models exist. And right now, society is shifting towards better health and like interactions, in my opinion, more consistent human interactions in the work environment is associated. So this is correlation, right? Correlation with the success of that business. And one that is very relevant is Texas Steakhouse. Texas Steakhouse is doing a banger of a job. And I've never been to a Texas Steakhouse. I don't even know if a Texas Steakhouse even, quote unquote, not sponsored, by the way. Oh no, Roadhouse. Sorry, Texas Roadhouse. I don't even know if there's a Texas Roadhouse near me. Apparently there is. Actually, it's so close that it's 15 minutes away. But apparently, the quality of food is fine. Like, it's a chain restaurant. The reason why the patron and the patronage and the stocks and the business is going up, right? Like the business overall is going up is because they place employee health and then the dynamics of the employee and what they're doing in the community over, at least, they serve food, it's good enough, but the service is different. And I think that's also a symptom of the internet. Nowadays, I almost feel like even if you touch grass is not the same anymore. It's a different patch of grass. I know that sounds gloomy and desperate, but my goal is to raise awareness, because you can also fill those times to try to be less focused on being alone and all that. Like, you can work on things while there. I think normalizing a closed space is kind of alright when you absolutely know you want that closed space. Working in a closed space, despite pursuing a career in a not closed space, that can be used more effectively, in my opinion, in a very objective way, but on a subjective topic. Like, for example, if a gas station was a social environment with one or another coworker, and those people then go on and to do hobbies, they would see the social aspect. Their environment will communicate the social aspect. So to me, who's to say that having terrible employees, like, a company owner or manager will walk in and then their employees would like not talk to them and never tell them problems and like have trust issues and always talk poorly about them. Who's to say that's not correlated with the idea that you have set up your employees to be antisocial? Like, normalizing an environment where they don't spend time communicating and working together. So what do you expect? And I feel like especially younger places that hire like current college students work out pretty all right. But if they go much younger, or people who are not in social environments a lot of times, it creates employee and employer conflict already, because those people don't communicate either. Like, they don't want to. It's like, oh, you have problems, so you never bring it up. And then when the problem happens, it's not your fault. And then the employer is like, well, I wouldn't know anything. It's like, but it's kind of your fault too. Like, that's what I often think about when you're comparing like mom and pop shops with large corporations, or maybe even like limited liability partnerships. And I think right now it really does somewhat favor the model that especially Gen Zs, right? Like, people who go get gas now and like need services and whatnot. At least in the United States, the businesses that have long put employee health first is. I'm not saying you're suffering or anything like that, Danny. I have no idea what it's like. You said you were pretty okay working at a gas station, right? And I didn't know if you were alone. I assumed there might have been like two people there, like the manager and you, or something like that, like a regional manager, to make sure that nothing. It's been 6 years. Yeah, then you probably have been gotten used to it by now. Like, oh, it's just a normal thing, like, and that's what goes back to your brother's documentary. When things become normal, humans have a really great way to normalize it. That doesn't necessarily mean if you didn't you can be happy with what you have, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's all you can do. That's where the environment ends up coming into play, and that's what one of your brother's trifectas, one of the three things. The first one he discusses environment. Nah, you're not happy? Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be too surprised. I think you said you were okay, as in like you're okay with it. And doing that for 6 years, most humans would be okay with anything after doing it for a very long time. That doesn't necessarily mean they're like performing at their best, right? A gas station is definitely one of them. And what's really funny about that is you might be saying, well, is there an example outside of the United States where gas stations are happy things? Well, there are less unhappy gas station things that are good examples. And one of them is Japan. But the thing is, what they did was they also introduced a lot of automation. And that can be something. I don't really know how that's going to work in the environment in the United States, but I have probably in my life, if you're not working at a gas station, you're probably working at a concession stand, something like that, preparing food. I worked at a concession stand in a bowling alley. That's what I did when I was younger. So you serve food, but you know, you serve food and you're basically just doing it alone. You're sitting there. However, mom and pop shop. So the good news is, while I'm doing the one station alone, there were other people around and like doing other things. I can only imagine how lonely and not interesting it is to be in a gas station alone. I think that takes a toll on people. Cartoons make you happier. That's fair. That explains your enthusiasm about it. All right. Sorry, a bit of a digression. Yes. Now I skipped 4 things, and these are the 4 things, and I still haven't really figured this out. So this is like we know the read.
提出
提出. But what is 提出? Hmm. Heck, you're like bringing like mentioning it. So one is to bring up and then out, right? So, oh wait, no, it's like it's submission the other way. Instead of bringing it out, you're giving it to something, right? You're presenting it. Yeah, this is what they use, present. Okay, all right. Outside look. It's supposed to be some sort of view.
外観
Icon. So, and this is saying this apartment's something dealing with view. They like view. So, but it's a very specific type of view, and I can't do it. So it's not scene. It's not scenery. It's not view. It's not sight. Not background. It's not environment. Outside view. Could it be like hold? Hold. Hold. I kind of have a string of thought. Maybe it's just... It's probably like appearance. It's probably appearance. Okay. The outside, like the outside of the apartment. Do I ever felt depressed? I have felt depressed before. I actually struggled with depression quite a long time. I think most of my childhood was with depression. However, you suck it up. When I was younger, I sucked it up. I mean, like, I didn't suck it up as in like I failed. I sucked it up as in I dealt with it. You fight through the depression. So you deal with everything that makes you depressed at some point. My depression kind of subsided when I started feeling like I belong somewhere. So that's what I mean by being alone, and working alone, and constantly working alone. You can normalize depression. You can be depressed and chronically depressed and still be okay with it. You slowly decline though. It's very difficult to see that. It's I talk about depression quite a bit. The chronic depression is very tough to see. Oftentimes, the wake-up call is when the depression reaches like a milestone, something that makes you purely dysfunctional. So I wouldn't say that I was dysfunctionally depressed. I just learned to manage and cope with it. And when you cope with it and manage it, as long as it doesn't become incredibly dysfunctional, you don't really see it as depression in the time. I'm only saying that I was depressed before was in retrospect. Like if I were to look from the outside, other people saw that there was something wrong. So I was lucky in that. That's where that luck aspect happened. So much like I'm telling younger, individuals like you, Danny, to try to find awareness by associating with other people you love, people who are closer to you, because chronic depression that you're managing and coping with is not so obvious to the person. So what to tell if you're improving and stuff from chronic depression, like the depression that keeps you going down, you need someone else to provide feedback. There's got to be some form of external feedback to see that. And I've shared this story before. I was noticeably smiling and happier. My demeanor changed and my person changed when I went to college after the first year, when I met my longtime, lifelong friends now. And my professor, the person, the Osgood and personality thing, that was the person to notice it. Not other people who are around you that are so consistently focused on something else. And I already told you my parents were very busy, right? So you suck it up, you deal with it, because despite if your parents want to be around, I grew up in an environment much like your family, your mother, where they can't be around. They have to work, right? Make money, keep the bills rolling around. So I would be really spoiled and demanding if I would say I can't understand that now. Like, you deal with it. And that happens a lot this isn't exclusive to the Chinese culture, but since I was raised with Chinese values from my parents, you suck it up. If it's a problem, you deal with it. If you have a problem, you should learn how to solve it, because your parents you're not supposed to be a burden to your parents. That's one of the hallmarks of Easternized culture in that situation. So if I have a problem, which I had a lot of problems, I deal with it. And I talk about discrimination not being part of a whole. That's where you and I differed in growing up. I didn't grow up around people like me. I learned to be like everyone else around me. And through that, when I went to college, I was able to synthesize all of it. So in order to discover myself, I didn't discover myself until I was in college. Discover myself to how to marry being around people of different cultures while I'm represented by a different culture, right? So I didn't grow up learning how to be what it's like growing up having Chinese parents. I learned only through that identity of learning what that's like, that I can now no longer I'm different from my cousins and extended family. They grew up around people like them. Sometimes I don't even associate, I rarely associate personally on a very close level with other individuals who grow up around people like them. There are similarities. You can still make empathies. Like I can still empathize with you and Jose when it comes to specific things. That's the idea of being a person between two worlds. But it also creates depression. When you don't fit in anywhere, you're still alone. So the idea is that when you're really young, or you're looking, you don't, despite being okay with being alone, it doesn't necessarily mean you couldn't do more when you're around other people. So what's normal is fine. What's possible can't be seen when you don't have exposure to it. So I didn't know what it was like to belong somewhere until I got to college. And even then, it's one of those things, the internet does this really well. And I've said this to most strangers that I've met over time. You can feel it's Gen Z actually is the one that I tend to refer to. Gen Z right now, coincidentally, it's a coincidence, this is correlation, so we're not talking about causation, just to keep that in mind. But Gen Z is quickly becoming the loneliest generation, at least in the United States for me. Like how you see the telltale signs. We live in a world that right now in society that have so much technology to communicate with each other, like unprecedented levels of ways of expressing things to each other. And yet the generation that uses it the most, like have access to the most computer literate of the generations, are the loneliest generation. So even despite having all the tools available, right? You have the tools, you don't have the examples to be doing it. That's what I mean by environment. You can give all the things to a person, to a kid, to a younger person, but if you don't see examples of how it's done, like, and interact and engaging in that, then it's not like you're going to use those tools for those reasons. So, like, despite having text, most people say, oh, text is too restrictive. You can't be expressive with texting. Oh, art is too restrictive because if you can't draw and be creative, you can't be expressive with it. You should speak because speak is the gold standard. It's like, well, there's voice chat. Well, why don't you speak in voice chat? Like, well, no, because that's talking to internet people. Internet people don't know how to understand how to express to each other. So it's self-perpetuating. It's regardless of how much technology is making it so much more accessible. Like texting can evolve. It can evolve to rival speech or something like that. You get all of this, and it's crazy how lonely everyone is. And that's what we were talking about the last couple days. Why do I feel like there's going to be a change that may happen in the year or two in the future, in the near future? Technology is evolving very quickly, so I guess humans might adjust to it more rapidly in the future. There's gonna be a balance. I like to believe there's gonna be a balance. When people start, everything they do treat each other like garbage, or not necessarily in garbage as in they're malicious towards each other. They treat them like objects, right? Because businesses, in my opinion, the individuals with a lot of influence and power, even those who used to be compassionate, has to adapt to the business model. So like YouTubers that were once very adaptable, they can't scale their livelihood because of the system. The system incentivizes objectifying things. And the moment you start objectifying things as a dominance, everyone strives to be objective. So when I see text, voice chat, Twitch, and YouTube, I see interacting with maybe 10 or 15 people as long-term partners who share other things to like 10 or 15 people. Not one person being paid an extraordinary amount to chat to 10 millions of people, where that person then eventually getting used to treating everyone like a number. Not because the person is malicious, not because CEOs are necessarily always greedy or people who work for companies are necessarily unfeeling. It's optimal. It's objectively efficient and pragmatic to eventually think like that, because inherently systems work better that way. Right now, you're incentivized to believe that. You are incentivized to behave like that. When someone says, how do you become a successful content creator? Have hundreds and thousands of subscribers. It doesn't explain what those subscribers are as people. It doesn't explain how you're going to negotiate and connect with 100,000 subscribers. In fact, most people find out that they become less and less attached to their audience and more corporate, which is to say, corporate represents a side of life right now that is far more overrepresented. So when it's overrepresented, it can seem like everyone does that, but I do truly believe it has something to do with the collective environment, and that's a coincidence. It's a coincidence of collective environment. When you want to make a lot of money, you can be pragmatic about it, and being pragmatic about it also means that you stop spending for sentimental cause, right? You normalize everything, and I totally get it. Here's a good example of a too much of a good thing being a bad thing. My parents can't spend money and find successful enjoyment from spending money just because they can anymore, because they spent most of their life being hyper pragmatic, right? There is less sentimentality. I grew up, first 18 years, it's pragmatism. Feelings? What feelings? You don't worry about feelings. So to me, other people told me that. Like sometimes a few of my teachers pointed it out. Like they asked me if I was okay, and obviously I was gonna say I'm okay. Like despite, I still remember this in middle school when I finally moved to like a affluent place. We had to do a creative writing prose, and I wrote about bullying. I wrote, like, because it was easy. It was easier to write a piece about bullying. I got an A on it. But the teacher, I think, might have been Richie. I think her last name was Richie. She pulled me aside and asked me if I was okay, because I wrote an incredibly vivid description of what it was like to live every day being bullied. And obviously I had no problems, because I was basically a person that suppressed all of their feelings for the whole time. Like if you get bullied, that's your fault. That's how you're supposed to feel, right? And whenever I look back and think about chronic depression, how people are like abused and then become used to the abuse and the neglect, I feel all those checkpoints. Am I regretful and scared and worried how that can make me like weaker or not? I'm the person I am because I did all of that. So you can find meaning in the chronic depression and overcoming depression or suppression and stuff. The current you should always try to be the best you, right? So I can say these things, in my opinion, very easily with like a hand stroke and whatnot, is because they're my strength. They're my source of strength now, as opposed to some like sob story that I need to sell. That doesn't necessarily mean that you shouldn't use your story as a way to empower yourself to do more. So sob stories exist because other people want to tell your story because they can see the sadness in it. If I created a show, like for example, about my childhood, it wouldn't necessarily capture that sadness anymore. But other people can possibly see the sadness in you and the depression in you. So hence, why I'm a very proactive person when it comes to having at least a human component. It doesn't have to be someone who like clings to you like a little cute, you know, like an animal that's clinging to you like for everything, but it has to come with some balance of you can't see certain things when you're always okay with certain things. And I think depression is one of them. It's a really it's a silent killer. Like without a, you know, sorry YouTube algorithm, but it can slowly erode a person without them ever knowing. The way I noticed it was when someone else said it. Like most of the time I was lucky enough, and that luck came with me actively having people around me, right? So there is something you can control about it. Having people around you in which you express things to them, they can see when your behavior suddenly changes, or when something happens all of a sudden. It's like, wow, that's kind of weird. Like, why would you do this? And that's, in my opinion, what I try to focus on. Like, if you pay attention to a person, it can be super subtle because the person is really excellent or normalized at lacking expression. So my adjustment is that you continuously encourage that person in some way, shape, or form to learn how to express and communicate. Without a line of communication, you get those stories. You get those stories where someone decided you're never going to see them again. Right. And I actually, in my life, encountered this 4 times in my life. And despite having a really happy demeanor now, 3 of them actually happened after my college years. So there are still people who are incredibly successful that at some point, they decided, you know what? No one has to see me again. And they go and do and attempt, right? So I'm avoiding this because of YouTube algorithm and Twitch, but I've had really close, like, there's one thing about people hating other people, but man, there's some great sadness even when you think of someone who hates themselves so much that they don't even recognize it, like recognize themselves. That's depression. So careful, right? I hope you're not really depressed, Danny, but like you have a really wonderful brother that could, you know, your mother, there are people in your life that can help with that, hopefully, right? I always go to that whenever I take a conversation about depression. Otherwise, in the United States, there are hotlines. Hotlines are, it's a start of a journey. My sister used to had some experience with working on hotlines, like very desperate situations hotlines. I'm avoiding saying the S word, but I'm sure you guys know what I'm referring to. Yeah. Very, very close. Give you a virtual hug. Yes, virtual hugs for everyone. Right. Yeah. Very serious topic. I'm being a little bit light about it. If you ever have a conversation like that, it's definitely with a loved one or someone close to you. It would be very inappropriate for me to suggest otherwise. I think there are other people who are willing to take on that burden. But I do have to say, your closest friend is great. Start there. And it's gonna suck because the other way is to make friends. And sure as heck, the irony in YouTube is that despite bringing people together, large majority of the people who are together in a community feel the loneliest they've ever felt, because the system that is working doesn't encourage creating relationships from gathering the people together. Like, oh, you like anime, you know, like, oh, you really love this show. It's like, oh yeah, I really love this show because we're in the same room, you know, we're on the same channel, yay. And then that's it. That's the end of the conversation, because there's no incentive, in my opinion. Like, especially when you get younger, like when you are younger and younger, you haven't even participated in how you like get someone's attention or each other's attention. In fact, it's both ways. The person who needs to receive the attention don't actually really know how to give the attention, so express and receive. So if you have both people making it convenient, I think online is very convenient to find people who have the same interest. But when you're in a Discord and like in a thread or WaniKani community and stuff, I talk about these things, but there's no initiation. People don't receive information and give information a lot of times. So you have someone who thinks they're like, oh yeah, you know, I'm a Minecraft creator and I am just like the hundreds of thousands of Minecraft creators. And I'm like, okay, well, you're part of a really big group. Can you tell me anything about one person in the community that you have a connection with, and that you can show me that you and them have made a connection, as in actually being active in the community? Saying you are part of a community by an automatic self-selection and echo chamber doesn't make you feel any closer to the community. And that to me is where a lot of people from 30 and younger, sometimes 30 and greater a little bit, but 30 and younger is what I describe as the loneliest generation, because they have hallmarks of not being connected with the community that they say they're connected with. Like for artists, for example, someone would come by and they would say, oh yeah, you know, I do art and I like chatting with artists and hanging out with artists. And when I ask them, it's like, oh yeah, so what kind of artists are you into? Do you like talk about certain arts? Like, do you have a name, someone that you aspire to? Which, Danny, by the way, you already passed that checkpoint immediately. You mentioned like Rob and pretty much your brother and all that, so you already passed that checkpoint immediately. Most people would say, oh yeah, you know, I like a lot of artists, or I like to do a lot of everything. And what I'm not hearing is, I'm not hearing any connection with anything. Like, they just say, oh, I love a lot of music, or I love a lot of video games, I listen to all kinds of music. And I'm like, yeah, so does 99.9% of the rest of the population. But you didn't demonstrate to me that you've made a connection with any of them. Like, you can like a lot of things and consume a lot of things, but belonging to something is where you would have many examples. Like, you would think of the details. Like, it doesn't matter if your dog is a goofball and barks at everything. You know your dog barks at everything, and you also highlight and look at stories like, hey, you know, this one time my dog, which I named Barky because he barks at everything. I'm making up a dog, by the way. This is what, in my opinion, a great indicator of someone who actually makes connection with people. They can even make up stories that seem reasonable because they have stories from other people. I don't have to have a pet to form a connection with someone who owns a dog. And then that's a way to get more life experience without having to literally do it. But on the internet, you know, when you ask someone, it's like, oh, oh, you have a really cute cat, right? And they would describe the cat as like, yeah, you know, the cat is a cat. I'm like, so is it your cat? Like, no, it's my, it's my husband's cat or something. I'm like, can you tell me something about your cat? Or better yet, you can tell me a little bit about like your husband's relationship with the cat or something like that, right? So it can be very telling to someone else, right? And having someone else is very important. I think the one vicious cycle is if that someone else is also having the same problems with communication and seeing things, it would be up to the person to be able to identify a person who pays specifically attention to your behavior and whatnot. And the closest ones are your friends and your family. The downside with that is, or like the compliment, one of the compliments you have to have is you also need someone who's objectively interested in you. And that's where professionals come in. A therapist is objectively obligated to pay attention to you. So that can be a little bit different and can complement someone who is emotionally responsible to pay attention to you. Then you have two different types of information. So if you're ever concerned that you're depressed and whatnot, and you have accessibility to something, it's helpful to have someone to encourage you to look for those things. So if you are depressed, you may want to look into a professional or someone who's close to you that has like knowledge of your behavioral patterns, right? That's number one. Right? Anyways, I hope everyone is not depressed here, whoever is gonna hear this, or maybe on the up, and then they have hobbies, they have some free time despite having things they have to do that makes them depressed. Hopefully their hobbies and all that other stuff also help balance it out. And that's what communication is is a boon to kind of alleviate some of these. Being able to communicate is one of the strongest diminishers of depression and loneliness, right? At least in my opinion. It's the skill that can underlie all these. What I speak now is probably something that comes from being able to express what I've experienced before. And that type of thing is pretty vicious. It's quite vicious. There's also empowering nature that comes out of it. Hopefully you're not depressed, Andy. Or just, momentarily sad here and there. Virtual hugs. Virtual hugs. But place all of that depression and how I suppressed it or how I channel it was I channeled all the negative stuff into my work, which is one outlet that creators do, right? Artwork becomes incredibly powerful because if you channel some of that stuff into something else, it can at least give back to the person who's creating it. So oftentimes writing, artwork and music, movies, vlogs, have become a classical example of expression. Where if you don't have someone around you and you're avoidant and you have nothing else, the outlet is empowered by the product that you're channeling the thing into, and that product can bring awareness and reward back to the person who's expressing it. So that's what I did early on. In middle school, the first time someone noticed is because the teachers were able to notice. They are better paid, they were in an affluent area, and they didn't have a lot of other concerns other than the children that were there. When I was in a socioeconomically poor area, that was not the most concerning thing. like mental health of your highly performing student is not a concern. Like there were fights and um fights, what was the thing, truancy, truancy, like people not showing up, like that type of stuff going on all the time. So the teachers are stretched thin, most people environment, they normalize that type of thing. So when I moved to a more affluent area, there was luxury and some privilege on that, and it was pretty clear. I joke about this a little bit, but I was placed in special education, and in my reflection, people who are in special education, they weren't entirely happy, right? However, they were happier. And that's kind of one of the luxuries and the privileges and opportunities you have when there are enough resources for it. So whenever I see education and documentaries about low privilege areas and education and the state of the education, it's really heartwarming to still see professionals who decided the heck with the pragmatic use of bolstering their prestigious education, but they choose to educate in outreach, because the resources, it takes very strong and privileged people to be willing to do that, and that's very lucky. But the reality is, when you're in socioeconomically underprivileged places, it's a lose-lose. The individuals who may not get the enrichment that they require will never even recognize it. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So when you have nothing, it takes an open generosity to make that nothing into something. Or better yet, I think Jose ended up using a $50 bill, right? And then like crumbling the $50 bill and asking like, you would still want it, right? It's still a $50 bill. And then he proceeded to step on it. Like, it's still a $50 bill. You can iron it out. That's true. There's also the alternative, which is, what if I gave you a blank bill and tell you it's worth something, but the bill itself doesn't know it's worth something, so you can't even tell it's worth anything. It requires someone to understand what it's worth as well. So one of the analogies, a counterexample, is I'm thinking of a situation in that metaphor, where instead of knowing that it's a $50 bill, believing that it's in a $50 bill, there are situations where people believe it's a blank. And since it's a blank, you have to canvass it for its potential before you choose to buy in. So if it stays a blank, then what are the systems in place to recognize printing something on the blank bill, right? I don't know where I'm going with that, other than trying to pivot to like something about self-improvement. I'm ranting a little bit longer. Anyways, blanks are great because there's opportunity at the cost of possibly never being aware or recognizing what the value of that blank thing is. It can be blank to someone. Depression can be blank to the self. You can be blank to your own depression. Only upon reflection and the help of others and keeping other people close is when you can recognize that it is indeed not a blank, but possibly a $50 bill that was mistreated a little bit, right? But not beyond repair. All right. What are my two that I'm stuck on? Oh man. Wait, you know what? No, I already did this, right? Wait. Dang it, it really isn't that. What am I thinking of? What is Tsuyaka? Huh. I don't know what Tsuyaka is. I keep thinking this is Tsuyaka. Okay, this is fresh, right? Fresh what? Do we have sen? Sen. Something about sheep. Fish. No, I don't think I have anything. What the heck? Is it the same too? No, it's not the same. Alive. Oh, this is to know.
いる
Or, like, to exist. Okay. That's fine. Okay, now we're down to 1. Maybe I related something with the centaur and the fish that had something to do with an arrow or a field and a car. Does any of that make sense to me? What if it's just Senyaka? Oh wait, but it could be... No. No. I know. Heck. What does it even mean? Let's see. Why are there 2 quotes? Oh no. Fresh? What does centaur have to do with fresh? Sui. 水分と色の Oh no, I'm saying Senyaka for something. Yutayaka? Oh man. It kind of looks like it's describing a color. But maybe like brightly colored or something. No. Freshly. Oh. I have no idea. Probably want to write this. So. Oh wait, I know what it is. It's vivid. Oh wait, does that help? Okay, this is like the arrow hitting the arrow, so it's arrow and car. Something about like having azayaka.
鮮やか
That sucks. Aza, it means like we're using another. Okay. Let's switch this up. So the centaur had Aza. Vivid dream of catching fresh fish and sheep with a bow and arrow. I don't think I need the car. Oh, sorry. No, that's kind of a wash. Oh, we have one lesson. Okay. It's probably it's toll. Okay. On the way. Yeah, in the middle of the route. En route.
途中
Tochu. Okay. Short.
途中
En routes. That's probably because one of our kanji got turned over. Or not? Yes. Oh, got turned over. Alright. Anyways. Review our stuff and then get on to Hanzo Hero. Yay. Alright. Show, beckon, dan, step, tsu, eat, stomach, fuku, belly, tsu, pain, hai, retreat, kutsu, kutsu, yield, naya, worry, spare time, shiki, no, yeah, shiki, shoku, weave, lend, yes, me, astray, waku, misguided, you, invite, shu, get a position, ho, visit, do, anger, sho, ascend, mean, sleep, sweet, drowsy, sho, symptom, he, heighten, aku, urge. Womp womp. Akoga, yearn, kutsu, shoes, no, dense, han, edge, goku, yoku, stream, ho, route, ken, healthy, Ko. Is. Ro. Guy. Alright. Let's look at our schedule for tomorrow, actually. So we have 3 a.m. I think we're gonna try to start at 5 a.m. No, I mean before 5 p.m. Right? No, it's gonna wrap in. So we'll probably tomorrow is a guaranteed lesson day, right? Yeah. So we're gonna have lesson day tomorrow. That means it's level up day. Level 27? That also means I have to take a bye on Inktober. So if I were to do 2 prompts today, I would be on schedule for 1 behind. I think I'm probably only gonna do 1 prompt today. I do see an opportunity coming up. Oh man, these things are layered on top of each other. Alright, anyways, that's wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think. You're always welcome for a yap, ask a few questions, get a soliloquy of anecdotes and what have you, you know? You're always welcome, exchange ideas, keep each other motivated, right? So until then, for those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne, right? Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, stretch a bit, and I'll be back for Hanzahiro. Thank you, thank you.